All right, all right. I am back. Yo, what's up, Bub? Welcome in, G Doctor. Cool direct. I think I saved 90% of it. I'm a hater. I thought this was one of the better directs, though. I can't lie. I got you on the light blue. I actually thought this direct was pretty solid. Like it did nothing hit super high for me where I'm like I'm here for this. Toward the end. I think Mario game for me probably actually did that. I'm like legitimately excited for that. But for the most part, I think like everything on this was like solid. But I'm not like, we're not gonna watch the entire thing, but I just want to have a visual talking about it. I'm interested in people's opinions though, in like certain parts of these things. So I probably should change my category. Me when I dabble into the just chatting section. Whoa. Alright. Just temporarily. Yo, what's up, sons? Only 3 farming sims? Yikes. Yikes. Alright. So, how do people feel about the new Pokemon? Like, we were kind of discussing this during, like, in the Discord kind of throughout. I haven't bought the new Pokemon. I probably don't have an interest in actually playing it unless it was, like, free and given to me. So I know very little about what's going on here, but if people do actually play this game, I'd be interested in hearing their perspective. I just don't know too much about it, I'm gonna be honest. Although one thing about Pokemon with other games as well, I hate that it's normalized that frame rates are just bad universally. Like there's so many games throughout this direct, and it's partially it is a Nintendo problem because of the performance of the console, but some of it also is just like an industry thing as well, where we've kind of just like normalized really poor frame rates. Also, welcome in, Game Nerd. I'm doing well, I'm welcome in, Sage. For the speedrunners in spot 3. Yeah, I'm definitely excited for the new the new Splatoon stuff. I wish I showed some more stuff. Yeah, Sonic game for me honestly is like, I don't know, I'm here for it. I've always been a fan of like the 2D games. I don't play all of them, but I think this game looks pretty good for the most part. Like I really enjoyed Sonic Generations, and this seems like there's a lot more to it. Also, co-op seems really cool. Because I'm like a little bit of a Sonic fan. Like I just generally just appreciate the games. I don't like love them. I don't really know anything about the lore. But my my wife really like grew up on Sonic. I grew up on like all Nintendo games. But she grew up with Sonic. And so I'm sure she'll be very happy that we'll be able to play it together, and I'll probably end up getting it. Was this Singularity? This game could be interesting. I don't really know. I'm not sure what to think about. Oh wait, what? Wait, Singularity is the name of the company or something? Oh yeah, that's the company. I'm an idiot. Oh, free to play. Wait a minute, free to play. I'm down. I don't know how that's gonna work on the Switch, but I'm down for free to play. Yeah. I can get suckered in. I'm not gonna lie, this was when I was coming out of the shower. So I was only like halfway watching. But free to play, they might have me sold a little bit here. Yeah, I think it could be interesting. I can always get suckered into a game where I was getting out of the shower. This game actually looks pretty sick. I never played the other, like the Strikers game that they had. I need to go back and play it. Because from what I heard, the Strikers game actually had like a pretty solid like story to it. And so I'm actually really excited if this game has like a nice story. I'm not like a huge tactics fan. I don't hate it, but you know, art style is very cute. And I really enjoyed just Persona 5 as a whole. Zelda but for free. If only. Story mode getting boring. I gotcha. Hypersonic, that's good to hear. Also, welcome in, Squid Kid. Hello.
Knock enemies down to perform another action called one more. Then surround your foes and take them out with.
Yeah, this game seems like super cool. I'm excited for it. November? That's not that far away, actually. Yeah, I don't know what to expect out of this game. Like, the actual art style of the character seems really interesting, but I don't know what's happening. Who's the developer of this game? I don't know if they've made the Roblox graphics. I think it looks kind of sick. But what's the company? Spear? What have they made? Out of Austin, Texas?
It's up to you to stop the evil Daedalus from taking over, but it won't be easy. Treacherous tombs and cryptic castles threaten your survival.
Oh, they've made a lot of ports of games. Like they've ported Civ 6, Knights of the Old Republic. A lot of the Star Wars games got ported to the Switch, I'm guessing. Or the ones like they ported those. So yeah, I don't know. But I think this game, it could be interesting. Like just watching the trailer, I'm not like, I don't know what kind of audience they're going for. I have a feeling I'm probably just going to pass on that game altogether, but I think it could be interesting. Also, what's everyone's, I'm not going to lie though. I think I like only halfway paid attention to all this because I hate looking at the news. I'm just so used to skipping the news when I see it in the game that when they try to use it to prop up a direct, I just kind of skip it. Also, there might be like small details in all of this that I don't know about. But like, does everyone know which team they're going for? Because we are mint chip here. We are a mint chip squadron around here. They're all pretty good though. Yeah. Mint chip is the go-to. I don't know, like, if people have had mint that they didn't enjoy. Like, maybe there's like bad versions of mint. Like, I've had a couple of different mint ice creams. It's just really good, for me at least. Strawberry's not bad either, but some strawberries like aren't that good. Some strawberry ice cream's really good. Some of it, I don't know. But there's no bad answer here, but do I know where your replay code is in the queue? Let me check real quick. Because yeah, it's a little bit separate from the others, but you submitted it a couple days ago, so we're probably looking at like one, two. I think we might be. There's a small chance we can get to it today, but we'll likely get to it tomorrow. I think, Squid Kid. I think it'll probably end up being tomorrow. We'll do quite a few today, and there's a chance we get to it at the very end, but likely it'll be tomorrow. I don't know. Also, mint. Okay, which paint color looks the coolest outside of flavors and your alliances and stuff? Which color is the best? Can't have the vanilla color. Yeah. It definitely gives white chocolate vibes. Pink? No, it's got to be the mint. Pink's a good second, but the mint green is clean. I'm a fan of like teal and aqua colors, so I'm the most excited for this. Also, I'm interested to see for the foggy stuff, like how often the fog density actually changes. I'm surprised they didn't do chocolate. Honestly, like, okay, I'll be real. I don't care about any of the Splatfest. I know it's a very bold opinion. Kind of, not really. But mint chocolate chip is way more interesting than chocolate. If it was just vanilla strawberry chocolate, I care less. If they did like chocolate strawberry mint chip or like vanilla chocolate mint chip, like that would still be better. But it would be, if they just chose the vanilla strawberry chocolate trio, it would have been like too obvious. So I don't know. I'm glad that they mixed it up a little bit. Team me. But yeah, anyone that really likes chocolate ice cream, I'm sorry that you got snuffed. Also, do people know anything about this Detective Pikachu game? Outside of like, I don't know what this accent is. But like, was this game? I think this game was supposed to be like kind of good. I don't know too much about it. Yo, welcome in, RDB. Yeah, I'm not sure about the voice acting. Like, I don't know what the core gameplay is. Like, is it like a... Because the only thing I can think of is like a Phoenix Wright type of game where it's like visual novel with like solving clues, but I'm guessing it's probably a lot different than that. Tim Goodman is Saul Goodman's lost son. Yeah, I'll have to actually look at like what this game looks like. But we'll see. Also, this might be a hot take. It might not be that much of a hot take. I don't know how people feel about this remake of this game. Chocolate ice cream sucks. Real. I think it's good. I think it's good. But this game, I don't know why. The art for me just feels very uninspired. Like, obviously they're working with like the source material, and it does look like a revamped version of the Super Nintendo game. But part of the charm of that game is the quirky art style that it has. And I just wish that they did something a little bit different, which, as we'll see later on with the Super Mario game, like they kind of make it a little bit different. Again, this is another game that my wife really enjoys, so I'll probably end up getting this game, but I just wish that they, I don't know, a lot of the, because like it feels very similar to when they did the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game. Like, I think the world and stuff outside of the characters is fine, but the characters just feel very like basic. And I'm not necessarily here for that. Like, again, like everything outside of the world looks cool, but the actual like characters themselves just eh. But the game itself's probably going to be fun. We'll see how it goes. I'm not sure what kind of game this is supposed to be, but I'm actually pretty excited for this game. I know on the DS there was like I think it was called Super Princess Peach. That was kind of like a platformer where you had like different abilities and stuff. I didn't like super resonate with that game, although this looks a little bit different. But I'm down for a new Peach game. I just don't know, like, I don't know what they're trying to allude to with like you collect the power up or whatever, and then something happens. I don't know if like people, I don't know if they were supposed to infer something with that or if they're just still waiting to release that information. But I do think this game looks like cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of game this is gonna end up being, but I'm excited for it. I always feel really excited about like spinoffs for like Mario games. Peach has a power up that looks like an elephant called Benjamin. I totally agree. I'd rather play the original. Yeah. Hoping it takes over the Paper Mario games. That could be interesting. It definitely has like a slower vibe. So what happened to this person? What do they do to this person? I don't know. I'm so confused. I have no opinions. They don't give us a lot to have an opinion for, but I'm excited for Peach to have their own game. And then this is like the remake of the 3DS game of Dark Moon, which I really enjoyed this game when I played it on the 3DS. Part of the charm of the Dark Moon game is the fact that you're playing it on the 3DS, and the way that they structured Dark Moon is that they made it like story based or like episode based, kind of like they structured the game to be played in short bursts, and I don't think that that's like a, at least I don't play my Switch like mobile. I know part of Switch's charm is that you can play it on the go, but I don't play it that way, so I don't know kind of what to think about all of that. But I was mentioning this to Sons, but if you haven't played Dark Moon, I think it's worth playing if you have the spare cash, but there's a lot of games that are coming out, so it depends on your budget. But I do think it's like a good game. I don't have too much to say. I really love the Batman games, but I don't trust any kind of third-party game that's developing a game for the Switch. Performance, I feel like, is just gonna tank, even though these games are like pretty old. But I just feel like these games might not run all that well. Scare-scraper, was that the multiplayer part of it? I really enjoyed whatever that weird multiplayer thing that they had. Yo, what's up, Fizzy Bomb? Gonna play any percent? Nice, nice. Enjoy yourself, and thank you for dropping by, Siege. Gotcha, the multiplayer. Yeah, it's been a while since I played that. But yeah, you can pick up these Batman games for super cheap on literally any other console, so do that. But if you only have a Switch for whatever reason, then... Although I only have a Switch for like modern consoles, but I played these like way back when. But those games are super fun. Also, what? Isn't Gloomhaven already a game that's out? Gloomhaven. Oh, it's a board game. Apparently it has good reviews on Steam, but I don't know. Could be interesting. I don't have too much to say about that, I'm not gonna lie. I don't play a lot of board games, but if people vibe with it, I respect it. Download play? Gotcha, okay. And yeah, I was mentioning it before. I have a soft spot for the Just Dance games. Like, they don't need to release them every year, but they don't play as well. So I bought one recently, like, and by recently I probably mean like 2 or 3 years ago, because the last time I played it was like when the Kinect was big on the Xbox 360. But I haven't played like a couple years ago. One of these games was like super on sale. So we picked it up for like, I think $7 or something. And like, I actually really like the Just Dance games, but they do not translate nearly as well as when they did with the Kinect. Because the Kinect actually like registered your movement like really, really well. And like with the Switch Wiimotes, it's like not as correct. And apparently there's a lot of like people that play, because like Kinects are I guess kind of hard to find, but a lot of like the elitist kind of Just Dance players, like they say that the Kinect is like the only pure way to play it. I don't know the music anymore, that's fair. I also think this game looks kind of sick as well. I don't think I'm gonna play it because there's a lot of these kinds of games that I just kind of skip. Also, there's like a version of this type of game that Cookie Run's gonna end up making, and I'll play that one instead. But obviously this is gonna be a lot more like robust and other stuff to do. But I don't know, this game looks really cool. It's not fully up my alley, so if it gets really good reviews, I would be down for it. But I don't know if I'd go out of my way. What's the point of Just Dance if you can't dance to 20 thin bangers? For real, what's up, X-Ray? After 3 hours, gotten out of bed? Hog? Okay, I think this game could be interesting. I don't know. Also, again, like with this art style, like this art style is nice, but is there a term for this kind of like style? Is it just like a chibi style? Like a chibi art style? I don't know what it is, but it feels very samey. But I do think the game looks interesting. It's just not my kind of game. Also, speaking of not my kind of game. Enrich your farm to help for the day ahead. I don't know enough about like farming sims to really know what makes one better than the other, like what features people are looking for with farming sims. I hate that style. Yeah, it's just like played out. Like I really liked it when it first came out, but it's just been like so many years. Also, I heard this game isn't that bad, but or like some people said it's pretty good actually. I don't know. I can't imagine trying to compete in a racing game that's supposed to be kind of like quirky like this when you're competing against Mario Kart. Also, I love these kinds of games, but this game does not look good. It looks super cheap. The frame rate isn't good. I don't know. But it could be a fun game. Like the game itself looks fun, but this looks like very cheaply made. Also Splatoon. These are like the same paint sprites as like that one Mario Party mini game. Yeah, I get so stressed out playing these games, but I really like them. Because I'm such an optimizer and like a min-maxer that I get stressed if things don't run perfect. Splatoon reference? Wait, maybe we can piece together when Side Order gets released. It starts with that paint, and then we just extrapolate. Yeah, this game looks cool. It's an Ubisoft game. It goes on sale like a million times. When it's finally on sale, I'll pick it up. I really enjoyed the first game. But yeah, with a lot of single player games, there's just no reason to buy them. Well, there are reasons to buy it, but you can, for a game like this, you can just wait. You can buy the whole thing for like super cheap, but again, if you haven't played the Mario Rabbids games at all, you will really enjoy them. It's basically like a dumbed down XCOM, which like isn't a bad thing. Like it's not me criticizing it, because XCOM is like a really it's too complicated for myself to really get super into. It kind of simplifies it, but it still has a lot of the same charm. And obviously like all the Mario characters and the references to the Mario world is kind of nice. And it's not a super long game, although I didn't play the DLC for the first one. And that's why I'm waiting for like the gold edition for the DLC. But yeah, if you've never played those games, even if you don't like the tactical genre, it's still a super, super fun game. Strategy in the first was really, really good. Yeah. Like there was definitely some difficult levels, but I don't know. It was like a nice balance. It was challenging enough, but it wasn't like super frustrating, super complicated. It was simple enough and interesting enough to like just want me to keep playing it. I think I like kind of played through it all in like over the course of like an extended weekend. I bought the first one as a launch game. Yeah, I bought it on launch as well. Because I'm like, oh, it's an, you know, there's Mario on it. It's never going to go on sale. And then a few months later, it continues to go on sale. So I learned my lesson with the first one. It was worth the 60 or whatever that I paid for it though. Also, I don't know what to say outside of Square Enix, please. Square Enix, please. I don't know. That game looks cool. It's like Dragon Quest with Pokemon kind of thing. I think it could be interesting. I don't know. I never really, like, I've played a couple of the Dragon Quest games. I've never been super into the IP. So I don't have a lot of stuff that I care about with it, but yeah. Also, Pikmin 3. So Pikmin is a game for me that they don't have to sell me on it. I'm not excited for the Pikmin trailers because I just know that I'm going to play it at some point. So like, I don't need to be continued to be sold on it. Like, I don't love Pikmin enough to where like any new news like gets me super hype. But I'm really excited to play 4. But that being said, I think this this was actually a really, really, really nice just demonstration presentation. They actually gave me some additional hype for all of this. I'll skip through some of this. The dog obviously looks very, very cute. It's like, look at the little animation of everyone holding onto the dog. It's so cute. The one thing that made me sad though is that right now the dog has limited HP. What happens if the dog... I don't want to see a dog death animation. I'm gonna cry. I'll actually cry. Hunting OG directly into the sun. My cuteness aggression is going wild. I feel like Pikmin's almost better without trailers. That I agree. I think it's just one of those games, like, if you've never played a Pikmin game, obviously they have to like sell it to other people that haven't played it. But yeah, like I said, like I don't look too hard. I don't try to dissect the trailers because when I get into the game, it's just kind of fun to, like, there's elements of discovery to the game that I appreciate. Dog explodes into dust. Please not. I got so sad when I got really excited and then sad. This mode looks awesome. Also, wasn't there like some sort of PvP in Pikmin 3? Wasn't there like some like local thing? I don't know. But I thought that they were gonna show like online, like PvP ranked modes. Like that's where my brain goes when I see something like this. Is that like we're getting like some sort of like RTS competitive battle with all of this? And like I guess maybe there's a chance we could still have it. But I feel like that could be kind of interesting. But I don't know. Can you fight the Pikmin? Oh, I didn't even pay attention. I didn't even see that there's like some sort of skills with the dog. That's kind of cool. So you can like increase its abilities and stuff. Probably can swim faster. You can, you know, like the shows have more strength. Go to healing ability.
And items to help make
Oh, yeah.
exploration more manageable.
It's like, looks like there's some sort of like crafting in it, which could be interesting. And then the night exploration stuff seems really, really cool.
Thankfully,
It looks kind of spooky, I'm not gonna lie. It looks a little scary. But I'm here for it.
many more
But
surprises.
there's a lot of additional twists to this game that I'm super excited for.
But with the Pikmin and Ochi by
We'll
your
have to see
side,
how it ends up
no
going.
challenge is too big.
But yeah, Pikmin's a very awesome game.
Pikmin 4.
That being said, one thing that's I actually think is kind of it might be a hot take, is that like Pikmin 1 and 2, they already released it at this point. I feel like the Pikmin genre, and again, I'm not like a Pikmin lover, so some people might, if you really love the games, then you might have a different opinion. But Pikmin 1 and 2 for me, like Pikmin as a series, I feel like every iteration, so like 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then 3 to 4, as it seems so far, the genre itself looks like they do more and more and like keep making iterative improvements. So for me, I have like no desire to go back to playing Pikmin 1 and 2. Like I played them when they first came out. I haven't played them since I played 3. But I just feel like the newest game in the entry is like the best. But again, I'm sure that I'm probably like people could say like 1 is the best. Like I'm sure there's people that are like, oh, 1's definitely the best. And you know, there's like some interesting concepts to the game, but they've just continued to make the games more accessible, like cooler looking, and like have done more with each new game. But I just have no desire to play the first two. Also, Metal Gear, I've never played these games. I know the stories on them are kind of quirky. I don't care about Pikmin. I think that's fair. I do think the game, so I will say, like, especially with 3 and probably even more so with 4, like they've continued to make the game like way more accessible. And like when Pikmin 3 came out, like the art style of like the newer Pikmins looked so good. Like Pikmin's a very, like legitimately like a very pretty game with the way that the environment is. Love Metal Gear. Nice, nice. Yeah, and they got some other stuff outside of it, which could be interesting. Again, I've never really gotten into, I forgot who makes these games, but those style of games I've never gotten into. But it could be interesting. Shout out to the people that were looking to play it. I need to play this game at some point. People have said nothing but like the best things about this game, which I usually don't like these kinds of like mobs are just constantly swarming you type of games, but apparently they do like some really cool things with this game. So I might wait for it to go on sale at some point. It's an actual collection. Yeah, it seems like there's quite a lot in the Metal Gear stuff. I feel like the Wii U gamepad, yeah, that's one thing. Like the map and like being able to route stuff on the actual Wii U gamepad. It was more of a convenience than anything, but it was like a really nice feature that I think will actually be missed in Splatoon 4, or sorry, Splatoon, in Pikmin 4. This game looks kind of cool, but I was saying it before, it's like a rhythm game. Like it kind of looks like a rhythm heaven. But it says Battle Royale, so I'm assuming that it's going to be PvP. Like a Battle Royale, I'm assuming there's a bunch of other people playing the game. Again, if it was free to play, I'd be super hyped for it, but otherwise, I'll probably just skip it. This game actually looks kind of interesting. I'm interested to see what this company has made. Private Division. Oh, they made the Ollie Ollie World game. Or just the newest Ollie Ollie World. Wait, it's Take-Two. Oh, the parent company is Take-Two. Gotcha. This game looks really cool. I'm not like excited for it, but I think this game actually looks kind of neat. I think the movement looks pretty interesting. And just like the design of maneuvering with like a yo-yo and everything looks really cool. But this is definitely a game that I'll end up playing at some point, but like I'm not super hyped, like I need to get a day one, but I'll definitely end up playing that game. It looks really cool. Also, they added foam stars to Mario Party. This is crazy. They say Square Enix stole from Splatoon, but you know. Love foam stars, that's what I'm saying. Hate the character design, but the gameplay looks fire. Honestly, I probably would generally agree. I think the character seem interesting enough, but the overall, I don't know. It passes the vibe check, so I'm excited to play it. I'm sure there'll probably be an interesting story there. I call the Wiggler, let's go. I haven't played Mario Kart in so long. There's so many tracks that I've already paid for that I just have not. Is Wave 5, is that part of, because I bought like the whatever the the expansion pass thing was for Mario Kart. Is this still part of that, or do I have to pay for another one? Did no Pikmin fans existed? I didn't know that people love that game as hard as they did. It's part of it? Okay, nice. At some point I have to like go back and play it. It's been so long since I played that game. How do people feel about the 2.5D? I love this art style. I love the art style and I hate playing the games. Like what was the game that Square Enix did before that was the same style? The Octopath Traveler or whatever? Yeah, Octopath. But like I don't know. I think this art style is like just super cool. It always fascinates me, but then I don't really. And like even Octopath's like battle system was like interesting. But like I always want to get I always want to play these games. They just seem super like fun. I just can't get into them. Oh wait, is this like shoot, what's it called? What was the game that like it was on the DS and there was like a bunch of like random IPs. I think it was like Capcom IPs with I think Square Enix. It might have just been Capcom. But it was like one of these like kind of type of fighter games. I don't think it was a Square Enix game. Capcom RPG. I can't remember the name of this game. I didn't play the game fully. I played like a little bit of it though, but the game itself looks super interesting. And this might be like a similar style. No, it wasn't Jump Ultimate Star. It was it had like an X in it. Capcom X. Doesn't help in this game. Is it Namco? What's it Namco? What is this game? It was like it's like something zone. Project X Zone. Okay, I finally found it. There's a game called Project X Zone. Oh, apparently they made a version of it for the 3DS, I guess. A second one. I never played that one. Or maybe the first one was on the... I don't know. I think it was on DS, though. I'm pretty sure I played the OG on the DS. But basically, there was a bunch of... So it was a crossover between Sega, Capcom, and Bandai Namco. But they just had like a bunch of characters. And the fighting looks very similar to what I'm seeing here. Where like you have characters... in your party that can like come in and out, and you just do like these really long combos. And if they had one of those types of systems for a game like this, I think I actually could be interested. I don't know. Again, I don't want to pay full price for these types of games, but that I didn't know that it was that kind of, or it might be that type of style. But that game was like super fun. But part of the fun of Project X Zone was the fact that the IPs were like a lot of random. It was like Street Fighter characters mixed with like other Capcom characters. I think Phoenix Wright was in that game. It was just like really cool. But we'll see. I'm gonna keep an eye out for that game, but I'm not like, again, I'm not super hyped for it. Give me Virgil. This game also looks really sick. I don't know how a party mode works for a game like WarioWare. This has to be like super fast. I could not play, as much as I love WarioWare and as much as I love Mario Party, I could not play like a 30-minute board game of WarioWare games. But this concept looks super sick.
Get your body moving in over 200 lightning fast micro games.
I'm excited for more WarioWare. And I think there's enough structure around this game to want me to potentially pick it up. But we'll see. I'll probably actually get this WarioWare game, but I don't know. It depends on some of the bells and whistles that come with it. Because they added on the GBA, like emulator thing that they have on the Switch, they put like the WarioWare that was on the GBA, and like that'll tide me over for a lot of WarioWare. Like my fix of WarioWare. But I do think that game looks really interesting. The wiggly. If I send the code in today, how long will I need to wait? I would say it'd be likely by like this weekend, I would guess. It might be later in the week. It could be like Thursday, Friday. But they'll probably be at least, today's Wednesday. So I would say definitely not today, probably not tomorrow. And then between Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'll probably take one of those days off just of streaming, because I need to do like IRL, like cleaning, shopping. I need to catch up with some of the editing. I was able to get a bunch of editing done yesterday, and I want to get more out, just to get more videos out. And there's also other videos I want to make that I don't have time for. So, long story short, it'll definitely be this week. I would safely say it'll probably be around the weekend, but it could potentially be like Friday, if that helps. Also, this Nintendo Live thing, I think, probably looks pretty cool. I don't know too much about it. Tears of the Kingdom I haven't played. I hate these little stands. Like, I understand they need to give it stability, so I'd rather these things not break. But just having this giant... I don't know. It's always funny seeing these amiibos and them having this giant white stand coming out. Coming out of the stands. I don't know. Anyways, this game looks incredible. I'm so excited. Because Sons mentioned, we were talking in the Discord before the Direct, about there being the potential of a 2D Mario game. And I was thinking, like, my initial thought is like, oh please, I don't want another, like, new Super Mario game. I love the new Super Mario Brothers games, but they made so many of them that I had no desire to play another one. And so I said something to the effect of like, you know, I would be down for one of these, a 2D Mario, if they like add some sort of twist to the game. Because they need to like revamp the formula. And I think this game like revamps that formula. I'm actually super excited for this game for a lot of reasons. So part of the reason why I'm really excited for this game, I like all the collectibles. It's weird that there's like shards of like purple shards. I'm sure that probably dips into the lore. But the one thing I did enjoy about the new Super Mario Brothers games when I played them on the DS was the collectathon kind of feel for them. Like there was a lot of exploration and a lot of reward for collecting all like the giant coins. I think back in those games there was like 3 giant coins that you'd collect in every level to like 100% it. And it pushed you to do like interesting things in the game, and it gave it some replay value, and I'm excited for something like this as well. The other side of it is like there's just a lot of like quirkiness with all of this, and I think they can be a lot more almost unhinged. Like Mario could be very like they can just be over the top and like extra with everything that they try to do. And I think that this series like needs that. So I'm actually super excited. Obviously all the different characters people can play as Daisy. They'll probably add new characters later on. I think all that stuff's super cool. But the combo, yeah, I don't really know how the combos are like actually supposed to like function into all of it, but I like that you stomp and kick a Goomba and it just says good. Like it's just such a ridiculous like concept for everything. But yeah, just good. But it seems like it's less like this game lends the developers and the different teams that make the game to be a lot more creative. It's like, what is happening here? Like you couldn't get away with these types of ideas in like a traditional Mario game. Like that was one of the cool things about Odyssey. Is that also allowed you to do some ridiculous things because of the hat capturing feature. And I think just the entire backstory lore, whatever is causing all of the wonder and the chaos in that game, is really interesting. It's not part of the Super Mario Bros. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at, Hikami. Like I really want to play another 2D Mario game, but I didn't want more of the same thing. And they did so much with this that I'm excited. It would be cool for this game to have online, but I'm also okay with just playing co-op, just some couch co-op. But this game is like, I don't know. I'm a big fan. We'll have to see what they end up doing with it all, but they actually provided like a 2D Mario game, and that I'm super excited to play. And I think a little bit earlier in the trailer and stuff, like some of the stuff they did with, like there's just ridiculous situations. Because part of the twist with a lot of this is like, I want like random like either puzzle elements or like weird side games or weird, just fun little ways to interact with the game outside of just like traditional platforming. And like I don't know what's happening here, but there's like some mini game going on. There's like a countdown. I think you're trying to get to the big are those hippos? I don't even know what's happening. But like that seems super fun. I don't know what's happening here, but like the art style is really cool. This reminds me of with like the silhouette. Is that silhouettes? I don't know. But like this kind of art style, it reminds me of one of the levels from one of the Donkey Kong Country, like I think it was Tropical Freeze. There was like an environment that looked like this. Obviously it's like way different, but it makes me happy. And just little things like this. Like this is just such a ridiculous concept, but I'm a huge fan. And again, I think this is something that the genre, at least for me, I need more of to really get into it. The underwater shadow level? Yeah. Yeah, I think there was one in like the Tropical Freeze, and I think the other one that they initially made for the Wii. I think there was another one of those types of art styles. I felt so bad for this poor character. They made me feel real bad for murdering Goombas. Like look at this poor gamer. And Peach, just no remorse. I felt disgusting as a antagonist. or as the protagonist. You got the Heelys, I'm here for it. But they're just demonstrating like a lot of interesting ideas, and I'm just all about it. So we'll see what comes of this game, but I'm overall 10 out of 10 for this game. Go back to the water section. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. There. No, I interact with the wrong thing. Oh, that's one. Okay, sorry. I'm guessing you're talking about this water section coming out. Are you talking about like the characters in it? I see bloopers. There's like those little spiky characters on the right side. I'm not sure what you're looking for. You can stomp on Cheep Cheeps? Oh yeah, that's a good point. Did they ever allow you to do that? I know like in the old games you couldn't, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I think they nailed it with this game. I'm super, super excited for it. Anyways, enough of me. One of my problems is I've seen sticky ceilings, green scrolling pipes, dark levels, all in ROM hacks. Oh, yeah, I never really played the Mario. I'm a good boy when it comes to Nintendo stuff, and I've never really dabbled in a lot of the modded content. But yeah, no, I could totally see that. Like I watch people do like, especially like the really difficult levels and stuff. But I do think the idea is good, but I could understand that from your perspective. They never allowed you to stomp on the Cheep Cheeps. Gotcha. I didn't know that. The crazy level that was made last year. Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see that potentially being an issue. That's the other thing with like platformers as well. Like Nintendo's kind of like, they got me when it comes to platformers. I just kind of like play their games. So whenever they do new stuff, I'm like, oh, this is exciting. But no, that's an interesting perspective. Also, I think Hikami, you're talking about the Mario RPG. I don't know. I was really the art style for that feels kind of bland for me. At least with the characters. Like I said, the worlds actually seem kind of interesting, but the characters for that I'm not a huge fan of, so I'm not super, super excited. But yeah. Wait, this open rotation's kind of cracked. What the heck? Would people want to play zones? If not, I'm totally happy and excited to get to reviews. But if people did want to do, like, I'd be okay. I probably wouldn't do the whole rotation, but I'd probably play a good hour and grind a little bit. Me when I lose to little Timmy. Shoot, what do I need to do? Oh yeah, I need to make a poll. Oh shoot. So if y'all are in, I guess I can do it here. So poll, just reborn pool is basically is what I'll end up using. So if anyone wants to play, I'm gonna create an open lobby. Yo, that kid, welcome in, welcome in. I don't know if you're Velocity, that kid, but either way, nice to see you. If so, congrats on a lot of your victories and whatnot, and results recently. Yeah, I'll start sending invites if people want to join. Basically, just whoever gets in first, we'll just play as 4. I'll probably stick to Zap unless people... If we have a bunch of painters, I could switch to Rapid, but I'll probably stick as Zap. You are? Nice, nice, nice. Well, welcome in. Got you. Is that UAI? Are you Bayo fan? Hikami, let's go. Alright, we got this is the comp. This is the comp, this is a squad. We are chilling. Also, I need to switch back to Splatoon 3. We are not just chatting anymore. Alrighty. Let's get it. Do I want to be a charger? I mean, do you have a choice? Do you have a choice? I mean, zones, this map, like both maps are pretty fine for charger. I'll paint for you, don't worry. I won't be one of those quirky teammates that refuses to paint for their teammates. Unless you start missing shots, then yeah, what else do you play, Hikami? What do you vibe with? Didn't I see you play Splash one of these games? I feel like I played against you and I saw you on Splash. Derogatory. I'm gonna feed, let's go. Don't worry, I paint, you feed. I'm running special power-up, so I'm gonna be throwing a lot of pullers out, or at least that's the idea. We'll see how it goes. But I believe in us. Go Explo. I have 0 B on SpLace. It's not possible. Okay. Then maybe it was some other weapon you played. Maybe it was Explo or something. I don't know. Holy bombs. They do triple. That's crazy. Okay, I gotcha. Alright, let's go feed gamers. I can't aim. That's unfair. I mean, you get that left side painted for Hikami. I'm close to cooler. Me when I can aim. Because I cannot aim. I'm struggling over here. Holy. I believe in y'all. Oh no. No! Oh, shoot. I blame only myself for this. Oops. I meant to throw that forward farther. I am not warmed up for that. Holy. Nice. Zones, yeah, we're doing the zones rotation. feel so uncomfortable on this weapon. Well played, everyone. The biggest cope when playing this weapon in zones is that you basically are guaranteed triple gold medals every time. Going too hard. Hopefully not. But we shall see. But welcome in, welcome in. I need to work on like actually trying to push my speed when I'm fighting with this weapon. Like I'm just playing so clumsy right now. It's like a lightweight weapon, so you should be able to move with it like extra fast. And especially when you have this, you like go super fast. I do not have that kind of control. I have like somehow I have a lot better control in Splash than on this weapon, but even then I can continue to push it. I just need to get more coffee. Actually, I haven't gotten any coffee yet. I just made it, so the coffee's waiting for me. But at some point I'll make it work. We're getting frame drops, so that should mean we get a match. Hoping for more rapid deco zones play. I can get you, I can get you. I'll swap up after this until we lose, and then I'll probably have to swap off. Can I add you after this? Potentially? The only thing is, like, with competitive, like, my friends list is full with all the people that I have to play against on a consistent basis, but with the new pool system and stuff, I don't have to add as many people, but it's also a lot easier if I keep people added. Because even though I don't have a problem with the pool system, or using the other system, I don't know why I chased that. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Even though I don't have a problem with those systems, other people do, and it's usually just faster to have people added, but we'll see. Okay, maybe I went a little too ambitious there. Holy. Uh-oh. Oh. Oops. I cannot eat. Oops. My shots. Holy, they were. Nice. I also forget that when I play this build, I just run. Like, I'm running stealth jump, so I can just jump to teammates basically always. Might not be available for 20-ish minutes. No worries, no worries. Again, I think starting off streams in the future, I'll probably do like about an hour of League. I kind of just enjoy the vibe. Because I also need time to, like, I need a lot of time to warm up before I do tournament stuff, so even getting games in the morning can help playing later in the afternoon. We are cooking. Alright. I'm gonna quickly switch to Rapid Deco for a few games, and again, once we lose, I'll swap back over, but I do want to give it some reps. That'll work. This is a very silly, this is a very silly play. Wait, did you want normal Rapid Deco, or did you want Pro Deco? So I'm fine practicing either. More well versed on Pro, but I want to play more of the normal Rapid Blaster Deco because I need the reps. But both of these maps are pretty good for Pro, so we're chilling. I think they're good for both. Might be a little bit awkward with playing with the backline, but we're chilling. This comp is quite silly. I apologize for introducing too much silliness, but I will sweat to make up for the the silliness. Make opening on leaders bad, yeah. It actually might be a little bit better with me playing in mid with the blaster. Like the angle shooter, real. Feeling boosted. Hey. I'm not playing well either. We're just winning, so other people are. Everyone's boosting each other, you know? Oh. Okay. Nice. I should not be this close. Ooh. I'm so sorry, Hikami. I'm so scared. I needed to jump. I needed to jump yesterday. I needed to be out of there. I missed my shots. Nice. Yeah, it's like 2 marked there. I did no damage, but the double marks is like, oh, yeah. What happened to them in the shield? What a shot. Legit saved my life. I'm close to special. I'm just gonna waste, like, I'm gonna keep my ink tank kind of poor until I get special out. Then I can look for a combo play. No. Okay. Yeah, let's say y'all are popping off here. I am not hitting my stuff. The good stuff though. Inkma, yeah. I was gonna say, I'm surprised that we didn't lose zone, but yeah, 5-headed ink mines. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, for the ice cream Splatfest, is there another ice cream flavor that's like that's not vanilla chocolate strawberry that would be more popular than mint chocolate chip? Like if they did a cookies and cream or like a birthday cake or some sort of nut ice cream, like would that be more popular potentially? 'Cause I feel like mint chocolate chip is like, in terms of quirky ice cream flavors, I feel like that's probably the most popular. I could be wrong. Cookies and cream, gotcha. I love myself cookies and cream. 5 mine explosions? What the? Wait, what were you doing? What were you doing over there? If Mint Chip wins, I'm quitting Splatoon. Come on. Mint chocolate chip's the good stuff. No hating. Oh wait, we're playing against the Easton friends. Oh, I think they're just duo, unless they're playing with the other two. Shout out to Eat. So I'm gonna get up here. I didn't mean to drop. My ink is in shambles because of... Oh! I'm so lucky there. Thank goodness y'all did chip damage before. Okay, this person backed up, so I can kind of push them. I don't want to push them too much though because of the rain. Okay, they jumped. Cool. No, I didn't get the pick all the way. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. Please. I can't hit my shots. I sparked. That was my bad. I had ample opportunities to win that fight, and I didn't slow down. That's one thing I have to actually do with this weapon. Because there was a point there where like I was at advantage. I just need to slow down and hit the shot. Like after I got away initially. Nice. There's gonna be one behind us. Nice. Whoa. I can't hit my shots. Y'all are killing it. Oh, y'all are playing really well. Really well. What the heck? He's gonna play the mint chocolate chip comp. I mean, I need mint chocolate chip gamers. I know I got Suns in my corner. I don't know who else is actually gonna commit to the mint chocolate chip. But we are looking for more, so. Any other mint chocolate chip gamers, all are welcome in here. But if there's enough, we can probably do some rotating during the Splatfest. Wait, mint chocolate chip comp? Wait, what is that? I'm not aware. All hail Dorito chip. Welcome in, Snowboy. Hello, hello. How are you? Potato ice? Wait, like potato flavored ice cream? Or what is potato ice? I've never had like a sweet potato ice cream, but that could be pretty good. That actually sounds like it could be good. Oh! Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about the word chip. So wait, what's the ideal mint chip comp? For fully committing? Yeah, taro ice cream. Never had that specifically though. Bamboo? True! Hikami can fit into the comp. Actually true. Uh-oh, they got a lot of painting weapons. Alright, let's see if we can slow down some of our shots and get more quality shots instead of quantity. Oh no. When I get stuck in paint, I hate it. Alright, I got y'all. Poor gamers unaware. Yeah, if you ever go for a shark, make sure that you know that the person, like if you splatted someone, make sure you wait until they respawn before you ultimately find the spot that you're trying to shark in. Oh my god, that was a good play by me. I cannot lie, we wiped. Good stuff. Okay, we 100% wiped there. We're gaming. I shouldn't be this far close. I can't really do anything. Other than bait them to drop. That was my bad. Me when I'm not trying to win the game. I'm actively throwing for the team. Oh no. Wait, they gave me an opportunity to shoot them and I missed. Oopsie. Something with rain? Oh, yeah, Explo would definitely be part of the chip count. 100%. There's someone hiding underneath me and I don't want to move forward. That's important. No. What? Brother, what are those junior shots? I'm so sad. Yeah, I threw this game. Dude, there is no way that junior is supposed to ever hit me with those shots. What was that? I should have rolled. It was really, it was really lazy of me to not move left or right. But brother, there's no way that those shots are supposed to hit in that scenario. BL3 in the 1v1? Nice. That was my bad. I played that poorly. Alright, give me one more loss with this weapon and then I'll switch back full time to Zap. I'm upset. Oh, that's how you got the wave? I see, I see. Nah, I played that really bad. I'm like trying to take funny fights. That's my bad. I need to chip with the homies. I thought I could be funny and get away with it. I have to also look for better angles when I need to play a little bit more left when I'm shooting right. Or I have to play top right if I'm going to try to shoot underneath the ledge. But I was taking really weird angles that I'm unable to get good chip locations. And for that, I apologize. Need the 20 win streak. I don't know if I can even play 20 video games right now. 20 Splatoon matches, but we shall see. No. I could have gone for an angle shooter play there, but like hitting that type of angle shooter uphill, like up an incline, is like really difficult. I'm just gonna challenge the leader. Nice. There's a chance I just get one shot there, but hey, if they hit the shot, kudos to them. Oh no. Nice. I love getting angle shooter kills. It's a good feeling. But yeah, definitely need to be on elevated ground in order to make it work. Good stuff. Sweating for the fist bump. I think Stampa's fine. Whenever it gets popped as a tent, there's nothing I can do. Real. This is where if we had Tacticaler, you could at least jump out immediately. Because you get super fast jump outs. My bad. Alright. I'm gonna play safer from plot until we push with tent. I'll stop feeding. Holy. Wait, Henlo's the one that squid bagged me. Or no, it wasn't them, it was someone on their team. Maybe it was them, I don't remember. They played Sonder in the open and they started squid bagging, but then they lost twice, so I don't know. I don't know if that team's actually toxic or if they were just having a good time. They might have been salty that they didn't qualify for the Nintendo tournament because that was that weekend, but either way, it was bizarre. It's weird watching high-level players unironically squid bag. Yeah, as we start winning, we're at the sweat, which means I gotta go back to playing good stuff, but we can still salvage. Y'all are doing great. No, if I was better, I hit the direct. No, I'm so bad. I should help shred. Nice. Yeah, one of them DC'd. What the heck? Alright. I'm trying to remember who on Sonder was the one that actually squid bagged. I can't name. Neither can they. XD Lamau. I don't know if Bab was in the chat. He might know. I never understand why people get angry, so angry they squid back. I mean, they're probably not angry, but it's just like, I don't know. It's corny. But at the end of the day, you do you. Like, if it's entertaining for you, then by all means, be my guest. Nice. I did not deserve that one bit, but I will take it. Nice job, nice job. Yo, welcome in, Boone. Hello, hello. Not doing too bad. I'll probably play to the top of the hour, and then we'll look to start doing reviews. So if anyone needs to drop out at any point earlier, feel free to do so, but we'll probably play for another 15 minutes. Almost all twos. We're almost there. But yeah, I need to switch. Regardless of if we win or lose the next game, I have to switch to Zap after. Because we're gonna start playing sweaties and I need to like help the comp. Actually. If I was good at Blaster, this comp would probably be like fine, but you know. You know. Yeah, we're getting the sweats. MB. They're playing funny weapons, huh? One dropped out right. Oh! Not the burst bomb combo. Oh, it's like a double shot by sniper. That's my bad. No, they're low. They're also EU, so they might be a little bit laggy. Nice. Although I don't know if people playing might be EU as well. I don't actually know. I know from playing them in tournament, it's a little latent, but it's not bad here. Seems okay. Bro, how did they not die? Yeah. My bad. Alright, we're switching back, we're switching back, we're switching back. Yeah, no, I just feed. Instead of interesting, I play suboptimally. There's certain times where you can go in with this weapon, but yeah, right now I'm playing it kind of quirky. I need to be more disciplined, but I also need to... I don't like playing this weapon with a backline. And when we actually have to sweat, I need to swap off. Which we could have two people playing flat, probably. That's probably fine, truthfully, but... Part of playing in solo queue is also like, I don't know, people have different ways of wanting to play. But I like going more aggressive on Rapid Blaster, not because it's optimal, because in a tournament I wouldn't play that aggressive, but because when I get into those types of spots I want to have more practice and repetition. So I play worse in solo queue because I'm trying to take more fights and feed more. That way I'm constantly under pressure, and then when I'm actually playing in the match, like, I'm comfortable, like, in the fraction of time that I'm actually playing, chilling. Nah, you're good, Fizzy Bomb. There'll be time for us to play. No worries. I just wanted to get a little bit of gaming in before we start getting into reviews. Oh wait, they have a leader as well. Oops. Gotta be careful about that one. Oh shoot. I don't know where I'm supposed to put cooler on this map, but... Oh. Why did I get directed? My bad. Nice. That's a good trade, actually. Sorry. Thank you. I'm so silly. I'm gonna drop out left side since we already have a huge presence on right. Nice shots. Oh, they're gaming over here. I'm coming, Hikami. I guess they jumped. Bro, why is there so much chip? My bad. I need to stop pushing. I hate playing against double backlight, it's so stupid. you. Oops. Are they dropping out in front? I should. TC is the funnest mode. TC is okay. I will say, like, I enjoy TC a lot more if I'm playing a weapon that does well in the mode. Like, playing Rapid Blaster is a lot of fun in TC because blasters work on that mode. But I don't know. I appreciate all modes, like, for different reasons. I don't think there's like a bad mode. There's some modes that I enjoy less than others. Like I enjoy zones the most, partially because that's the most kind of data points that I have, like watching other top level players play the game because Japan loves spot zones. But I don't know. I think all modes are cool. I vibe with them all. So if this game goes the distance, we'll probably end it here, but if we get a quick KO, I can probably squeeze in one more. But we shall see. Power control, clams, rainmaker, zones. Ouch. I love zones. I think there's sending a code of the grind. Please don't have it a game where I feed. Then I have to retroactively shame myself for playing so silly. I don't know. I think there's a lot of parts of zones that that I think sometimes are underappreciated, but that also goes for the other modes as well. I just think Splat Zones is just such like it's such a perfect mode. Like it's very vanilla. And you would think as a mint chocolate chip fan, I'd have it more interesting takes, but it's a very vanilla mode, but it's just like so well designed. Holy. I meant to throw that up. I did not mean to throw it that far up. Oh, nice. Alright. Alright, we can do another one. We can do two more if we keep KOing this fast. Splat 3 gameplay, let's go. Yeah, poor Bandit. Double backlands kinda silly. Tactical or bot is the best feeling. I need to work on my mechanics though. Sometimes we're out here struggling. You all know how it is. But yeah, you just paint all game and then they give you triple gold medals for painting the map. Yeah, they were a little bit aggressive, but I think it was like, I don't know if Bandit was duoed with anyone or not. I'm not sure who would be duoed in that comp, but I think Bandit was by themselves probably. Does anyone know for League, like, does it force you with two duos if like, so we're playing as a team of 4? Like, I don't think it, Or like it very clearly doesn't force you to have to play other teams of 4, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I'm also okay with. If there's a power to grind and sometimes it gives us easier games, like I'm not going to complain too much. But I don't know, do they try to adhere to it? Like if you're solo, do they force you against others? If you're in a trio, it puts squad and solo. Oh, that's a good point. It probably was, like the others were probably a trio. Their comp still doesn't make sense, but it makes more sense. But having a charger as the solo for that team is crazy. Okay. Oh, they don't even have a... For some reason I thought they had a charger. I had to be careful about. Oh, Nova jump scare. What the heck? That's a new one. My bad. Oh. My movement is so bad. I do not feel goosey. I feel very constricted. Oh shoot. They're gonna take zone with us. No, no, my tactical is causing me distress. I want to keep the zone open. I'm gonna get spotted as my bad. I lost the fight to the... oops. I lost the fight to the Nova. I have no one to blame but myself. I cannot aim. We're out here struggling. I'm so dead. Oh goodness. Revenge me. Holy. Okay. Just break that beacon. Get Pain over on left side. Oh no. This was a... Yo, Loaf. Welcome on, welcome on, welcome on. I can make her interactive, but not the way I like. Power may not be good in terms of design, but it's interactive. Yeah, I think all modes are really interesting. Noise. But yeah, the one thing I would say, I kind of miss, like... It's probably better that Rainmaker has checkpoints. Like, I think, design-wise, I think it's probably better. I'm gonna stop there. We can get into some reviews, but we made it back to 22. Anyways, GG's. Thank you everyone for playing. Sorry, I decided to feed a little bit with the Rapid Blaster, but good games overall, and I appreciate y'all joining me. Got the badge. Let's go. We're truly Zap players. Wait, where's my badge? Give me my stuff. Okay. Wait, do we? Yeah, we've already done this. Oh, we can do quick Two pulls. Nova top tier in zones. It's okay, but I shouldn't be I shouldn't be losing fights there. My aim is giving me worse RNG than their weapon. That's a me problem. That's 100% a me problem. But yeah, I think power is pretty cool. Some maps have a hard time functioning on that mode, which I think that goes for a lot of the different modes. Oh yeah, I need to find a code. In order to get a code, I must find a code. Crazy idea, I know. Shoot, I need to go back. Everyone that I reviewed recently, I need to give the full VOD. I have to catch up on this stuff. Oh yeah, we went through this one. This one is good. Alright, I think we can start with... I think Mixxyyu might have thrown 2 or high in chat. I think they might have put 2 codes, so I'll just go through one of them. I'll do the first one, and then I'll probably... If I reject anyone's code, it's nothing personal. Usually it's if you just provide duplicate entries, and I'll just probably choose the first one, or if there's one that you prefer. Just again, because I want, like... My goal is for people after I do a review to like work on some of the things and like the different ideas that we talk about, so that when we come back to the next review, it's productive, you know? Here you go. Me when I can't type. SpLace. And this is, I think they said A plus. Okay, cool. Is that a DK mug? No, it's Hearthstone. The Blizzard derogatory card game. I really enjoyed it. I still play the game from time to time, but I like took a break from it for a little bit and it's really hard to get back in. Yo, Alex Zach, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. It says I can't use the code submission channel in Discord. So yeah, if you so we switched. So if you're in the replay reviews Discord, you should be able to do it in there. If you can't do it in there, let me know. But I think everyone has permissions to post, so I don't think there should be anything gatekeeping, but permissions are always a silly thing. Power could be top 5%. Could be, yeah. I think it'll be close. Zones rotations usually are a little bit like, I think they're probably at least back in Splatoon 2, but I think I've seen a similar thing in this game as well. Zones are usually the most popular rotation, so the power required on average is going to be a lot higher than the other modes. But I think low 22s, I think that'll probably, it'll be close. It'll be on the border. But I think it gets us in. Yeah, GG's. I top frag every time with the Nova. Nova special's sick. It's like Hogan's actually good peaks. I like Nova. I think Nova's an awesome weapon. I think it needs a little bit more. Its kit, unfortunately, like I wish its main weapon was a little bit better. And I wish that Inkjet wasn't as strong as it is. Tower Humpback makes me want to pull my hair out. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Tower on that mode. You're in? Alright, awesome. If you run into any other issues, please let me know. But I appreciate your patience. I know that like when you initially submitted, you were in the personal Discord. So yeah, I do appreciate your flexibility as we kind of move stuff over. A bunch of teams must have been playing. Yeah, for sure. 100%. All right. Anyways, let's get into the review. We are looking today at an SpLace. I want to say we played SpLace on this map before, but I know that you've submitted some reviews with some different weapons. I know we've talked about positioning a little bit in some of the previous reviews and not getting too sucked into the zone itself. I have to look back. I need to have my notes up when I'm actually going through reviews in the future, because now we're starting to get duplicates and I want to actually like take time. I'm not going to be able to do it today because I take forever for all this stuff. But in the future, when people submit multiple reviews, I want to make sure that I have like a running list of like, oh, they've submitted reviews and then this is the feedback that we've been given or that we've been giving, and just making sure that we're, you know, going over previous points so we can, you know, judge some of the review on those things and also find new things if I feel that, you know, we were able to focus on that. I was like with Lane yesterday. I thought they did a really good job with their positioning, but almost too well to a point where they were compromising their paint a little bit. So like they did really good on the improvement, like really good, but then it's like, okay, now we have new stuff to focus on. And I like to see that kind of storytelling throughout all of this, because you know everyone has their own unique competitive journey, so it's important. What is rank desired? Basically, if it just kind of means like what are you like striving for, and feel free to answer it or not. Like, is there something specific that you're like? Is there something specific in the replay you're looking for? You know, if you play a lot of solo queue, are you trying to get to like 2700, 3K? Are you you know, if you're in like B rank or A rank, are you trying to get like S plus? Are you trying to, you know, stay above 2K in X rank? Just a general idea. Again, it just kind of it helps me provide and cater the feedback that I'm providing for the appropriate, like where you're trying to get. Because if you're trying to hit like 2700 and you're already in X rank, I'm going to be very nitpicky about a lot of smaller things. But if you are like new to the game and you're trying to learn, I'm not going to like, oh, why did you path this way? Why are we like, you know, we ruined our ink economy because we threw a bomb out and stuff. It's like, I'm not going to focus on like random stuff or like, you know, like little, I'm going to be a lot more generous on like timing windows if you're like newer to the game versus, you know, otherwise. 1 a.m. Sheesh. Good night. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Glad you're able to pop in for a stream. Much appreciated, and definitely have a good night. But that's kind of just like my overall goal for this. Both, again, like with the progress, again, if someone's like 2K and in X rank and they submit a review a couple weeks later and they're like 2100, 2150, it's like, okay, cool. It looks like some progress is happening there. Kind of thing. Some of it, you know, the things I bring up might help. It might just be them grinding the game. You know, there's a lot of variables at play, but I think it's nice to track. So that's the overall goal. If there's something very specific that you want to have looked at, or yeah, that end goal of what you're trying to, where you're trying to improve. Beyond this map, when it comes to positionings, as SpLace, so SpLace can be a little bit more, not really aggressive is the right word, but SpLace can be a lot more, it can position more aggressively in certain spots, because it can hit over ledges. But for the most part, toward mid, like when we're holding, like if we're fighting for mid, we're probably gonna either position over here, might position back here. We can push up, like we can push up all the way up here in certain spots. You know, there's a lot of flexibility to where we end up being. There might be some cute plays going out right over here. Because we do already have a backline, so in certain cases we can deviate a little bit since we already have like a solid backline. If we were the sole backline, I'd be a lot more rigid with our positioning. But yeah, as we start moving forward, so like when we're playing for mid, usually one of these spots will be chilling in and just kind of rotating between them. The nice thing about Explo is that we can hit inside of trench. We can very well hit the backside of their zone. And then, you know, as we continue to push up, once we get to about here, we can start attacking the zone itself. And then once we have an advantage, we can cross over to their side and we can start hitting these back areas. And then this is where we can be a little bit more aggressive in certain spots. Or like if we have full control, sometimes we can push up here and even potentially push like all the way here. But we're not looking to take like fights in this area. We're just getting paint and chip like over in this area. And then once they start really committing, and if they, especially if they use a special, but as they start committing and pushing up the ramp, then we'll want to back up and be more responsible. At that point, we sit here, you know, we can watch this area back here. We can get shots over here. But the most important thing is just get a bunch of shots in this type of area. Keep the enemy team in check. But as an X-Splosh, we are able to be very flexible with our positioning. If we're somewhere like here, we can help paint this area. We can obviously impact the zone. We can impact this back area. We can also worry about this back street area and get paint in these areas. So we want to be really... it's a common trait along backline as a whole, but we need to have a good understanding of where, like all of the different areas that the enemy's trying to push through. Partially to keep us protected and partially because we can get a lot of really good angles on a lot of different areas. We can stay central on the map. So we can centrally stay in this area, but have effects and outreach like in a whole bunch of different areas. We can also do this on our side as well, but something to keep in mind with a lot of this. I dropped a lot. I haven't played a lot of games because you've been busy. Yeah, that happens for sure. Yeah. The buildup of rust when you have to take a break is definitely real. And like if you lose rank, it's not like a sign of a lack of progress, you know? Like you don't really like lose progress outside of like not playing the game. You can definitely develop bad habits, but you know, especially if you're aware of a lot of the mistakes that you're trying to make and you're really trying to push yourself, improvement happens in a lot of different areas before you actually see it reflect in your specific rank. Want to go get dinner? Let's go. Can't say no to fish and chips. Easy. Aim Strike and S1 Murray Towers. Alright. The only Scottish person I know. I think some of my family heritage goes back to Scotland. It's from a couple of different places, but I think generally I think I'm around that area. I haven't actually done like a full ancestry thing, but that's what I was told. Anyways, I'm gonna go get more water, go get coffee, and then we'll get into it. So just give me about 30 seconds and then we'll be right back. Alright. Should have chosen Nessie, but I chose aliens like an idiot. Feels bad. Does that originate in Scotland? The Nessie? I didn't actually know that. But yeah, again, as the Explo, we're going to focus on positioning this game. I find it fascinating that my dogs are barking at something outside. I find it fascinating that everyone pushes this big wall here. I don't think we need to push this big wall. Like, getting paint on it is good. It's just good to get that out of the way. But we can just push up this way. If we want to get up to here, then we can just like push it directly. But like climbing this giant vertical wall wastes a lot of time. Again, I'm not going to criticize it too much at this point, but it is something that we want to be like considerate of. And like having to climb up this wall, especially against different threats, is it's just a waste of time. Which I'm a little bit more accepting of backline players doing it, but especially at the beginning of the match, I'd rather us be more aggressive in setting up. Yeah, so the first thing I want to mention, and I mentioned at the very top, that we're going to be juggling between like this area, this area, this area, and we can back up to our ramp if we need to. The reason why I specifically didn't put this area is because there's a lot of threats in trench and there's a lot of threats on their side that we need to be mindful of and make sure that we know they're not there before we start taking these types of positions up here. And that's exactly what we get punished for in this type of situation. Because at the very beginning, especially against their comp, both brushes, Tetra, even Wiper to an extent, although this is like a more supportive Wiper, and this is probably going to basically be an anchor in this comp, they're going to be taking like all of these walls. So we have to be farther forward, or sorry, farther back, so that we don't get caught by the people. So if we go forward, it's very common for this exact type of play to happen. I've never done Splatoon comms before, but just so you know, some callouts are hard. Trench is not easy to say. Interesting. Flounder comms. Honestly, I always forget the trench comm. I don't know why it's so hard for me to just remember it. But like all this is fine. Like playing in the zone is fine, but once we start seeing these bombs, like you're forced to have to reposition. I'm okay with like retreating is the safest option. Moving left is a little bit scary, but we cannot like we can't move up in this type of spot. We can also go right. Like this is good, this is good, this is good. We cannot go this way. So we have to be careful about that. But I understand you're just trying to get away from all the action, but you're running into even more action. And the rest of your team is not set up. Because the thing about these positions, if you're sitting with your jet in the spot, then the people climbing up these walls are not as scary, and you can defend pretty easily because y'all shoot fast enough and can cover enough paint and enough space that even if they start pushing, y'all can use this space really well and look to get picked. So like you can slowly keep retreating backwards. And again, you can also drop out this way, but you can kind of cover yourself and keep moving backwards as these people try to push at you. So we just need to play it a little bit slower. Oh yeah, I remember we went for this exact angle before. Wait, is this the same replay? Wait, now I'm confused. Oh no, okay, this has to be the same replay. As I remember this exact position. Oh, this is the same replay. So wait, was there another one? Wait, why didn't I mark this one? I made an oopsie. I remember this. Did I mark the wrong review from you? Hold on, let me see. Or maybe I just reviewed it and we can just keep going. I thought there was a second review that you ended up submitting after. I'm gonna mark this one because yeah, we definitely went through that. I remember I remember this playstyle from anywhere. So as my bad, I just forgot to mark it. I thought there was another one though. Maybe it's just not marked by anything. Oh, it's a Squiffer one. Okay. That's what it was. My bad, my bad, my bad. Alright, so there's a Squiffer gameplay instead. We'll, this is my apologies. Same person playing a different weapon. Which one thing I would say, if you're trying to improve and learn the game, I'd be careful about switching to as many different, we have a completely different name here. Alright, anyways, we'll keep going. If you're trying to continually improve, you want to minimize as many variables as possible, and switching to a bunch of different weapons is one way that's a little scary to get yourself into trouble. Like, flexing isn't bad, but it's something that we need to be careful of. Which this Explo and Squiffer are significantly different roles, but they are both this hybrid of like midline-ish, backline-ish. But yeah. So anyways, sorry about that. So on this match, TC Mincemeat. Yeah, I'm not sure about the toe tickler name. We keep moving. So in this game, we're gonna have to look for pretty interesting angles. The one thing I will say is that we don't have like a dedicated backliner, so we can take high ground in a lot of spots. Like we can probably play this type of area when watching them. We also don't have to play against other backline. And like when we're pushing tower, we can probably like ride tower and like watch this on even ground or high ground. Same thing with this type of area. We can also jump off ledges and stuff and do funny Squiffer things, but yeah, just based off of our comp alone, the rest of our team's going to want to be a lot more aggressive and on the ground. Even the blaster is probably going to want to play lower to the ground so that they can get proper angles on people over the ledges. They can also use high ground in certain cases as well, but yeah. Bubbler is also going to be nice in a lot of areas. I mentioned it before in a previous TC Mincemeat game that we went through, but this area here is like the feeder zone where there's a lot of people are going to autopilot and try to feed from all different directions. So if we can use bubble to keep ourselves safe in the spot, these people might potentially drop or they might expose themselves. So if we're on tower, bubble's nice. If we don't have bubble ready, we probably can just back out. If someone else on our team's riding tower, we can look for these people to be dropping while tower's pushing in this kind of situation. Thank you for the hydrate. So that's kind of the biggest thing. Against their team, Jet is really painful. Paintbrush is also painful. And under ledges, this is painful. And this thing pushing us is also potentially painful. When we have bubble, I'm less scared about basically all of these weapons. But if we're playing high ground, we have to make sure that we have a good spatial awareness of where enemies are around us and we maneuver accordingly. That's tough. Yeah, when there's Squiffers in these types of spots, I'm okay with the first shot that you go for. It's like that shot's fine, but like I'm looking to back up. Like we need to get some sort of paint down so we can maneuver backwards, but we need to get paint down after and just kind of move back. Because the end goal, we want to wait for this person to use all of their rolls, and they do a good job of like staggering their rolls in a way. Like they don't just waste all their rolls and then there's a bunch of downtime. Because if we can stay alive and just track them while they use their rolls, once they're out of rolls, it's a really good opportunity for us to be able to get a shot on a standing target. But it's going to be difficult for us to be able to do anything when they're rolling around. Like that's a really hard shot to hit. So usually we just want to stay alive and keep an eye on them until they use their rolls. Yeah, again, this is like the type of spot that we can kind of chill in. I have quite a few people trying to go for those side flanks. The tap shots, let's go. Alright. So one thing I would mention, when we're in these spots, because like we initially get the pick on the tower, which is good. This pick is really, really good. After this, like we see some stuff happening over here. Some of our teammates go down. In a situation where they're not immediately fighting for this tower, we don't really know where they're at. And this is a good time for us to get value out of our point sensor. There's a lot of areas that we would like to get a point sensor. And especially like this person's recalling at this point. But you know, wherever they recall, like just throwing a point sensor in this area isn't bad. If we were privy and we saw that they were flanking behind us, then getting a point sensor here isn't bad either, just to keep tabs on that. But this is a spot where we're like looking for stuff to do, and like this is a great opportunity for us to get a lot of like get the point sensor out, and then we can keep maneuvering around. And then especially after this recall, so once they recall and we can see that they're recalling somewhere back in this area, we should absolutely throw the point sensor back here to help our teammate. Like it helps us keep track of them, and it also helps any teammates that are coming out of spawn that have to potentially deal with them. Because Tri-Slosh is still really annoying to deal with. And we're like disrespecting their type of positioning, and there's a good chance we get spotted there. But yeah, we're gonna want to use like those are like good situations to get our points, like get value out of point sensor, is to watch those types of choke points while our teammates are getting into position. Nice shot. It's unfortunate that they actually get into position like inside of your bubble, but that was a good bubble. Really good idea. Yeah, this is a tough situation for you because we're trying to play like at max range, which is like difficult, especially when they get this toxic mist out. We might want to reposition to the right a little bit to help with this, but I do like that we're not just immediately moving forward to this ledge, because if we play on the ledge here, we're going to get camped by one of these weapons and we're going to probably get splatted. So I like the restraint, even though this is an awkward spot. I do think we can potentially play left and right and get more information so we can go for like a little bit of a pick. But I like that we're not just immediately running forward here. Even if they get this checkpoint, we're going to feed almost certainly if we like push up here. They just have too many things that deal with ledges. Again, this would be another spot. As we're setting up, this would not be a bad spot to get a point sensor out, because we saw 3 of them on the tower, and especially when these people are playing around ledges, if we know which ledge they're trying to camp, we can reposition away from it and try to peek out and get one quick shot, and then we reposition. But in order to play that kind of play style, which we kind of need in this spot. We need that information. Yeah, yeah, your team just getting pressured from a lot of different angles. It's tough for you all. It's really, really tough. Yeah, you're also last one here, so again, point sensors will give the rest of your team coming in a lot of information. Nice. So we're able to hold. Hopefully we can start painting forward. One thing on this map, when you wipe the enemy team like this, you can actually, like when the tower's in this exact spot, you can jump from tower up to this truck and you can get to their side a lot faster. In certain cases, you can push all the way into their snipe. I wouldn't do it here. But we can at least hold this area, start throwing point sensors on the people that are dropping, and slow the enemy team down. So tower can, like we can push the tower farther and keep the enemy team kind of suppressed. So it's just a little bit of a shortcut. Yeah, I think as Squiffer, I think this is actually a good opportunity for us to push over and go for that kind of game plan. Ideally, we'd like to have bubble for checkpoint, but I do like us using bubble here because we're getting threatened by blaster. That's tough. I think you play this okay on tower. But again, point sensors are really important because you have like yeah. I like the point sensor before we use special because otherwise we just waste the ink. But like in this type of spot, again, it's relatively minor. But like there's someone pushing, like Paintbrush is pushing in this area. And we see the one here. I'm okay because like we're trying to play around this beacon, which is very cute. I'm here for it. But after we get this first shot, we want to look to like reposition. Like I think we get a little bit too comfortable like trying to play around that beacon. Like especially if they're going to get into the bubble, it's nice to play around it because you can potentially have it tank a bunch of shots for you. But at the end of the day, in this kind of spot, like our bubble's going to get shredded soon because it's sitting on tower and they're shooting at it and all these other things. The other thing that we need to just in general, like getting into good habits is like the proactive movement. And like, I don't want us, like us taking this shot, walking back, taking this shot, walking back. It's just very slow and it leaves us open to definitely the Tetras, but honestly anyone on their team can punish us for not hitting these shots. And like the nice benefit about Squiffer as a weapon is that you can get a lot of mobility out of it because you get your normal charge times when you're jumping in the air. So we really want to try to make the most out of it. Nice shot. Again, point sensors down here would be really nice. Yeah, it's just, it is the problem against their comp. Like this comp is really hard for you to get a lot of value on for this map and this mode. So we really need to get information on what's happening on this ledge. And we need like the moment to moment exact position of these people so we can space ourselves properly. Like we have the mobility as a Squiffer to be able to play around ledges like this, but if we don't know where they're at, we're just gonna, this exact play is gonna continue to happen. And again, I really like because you're aware of this because you're not sitting right in the very front of the ledge because you know you'll get punished. But anytime we can get a beat or a point sensor down to give us that info, it's important for us to do that. Nice. A little dangerous, but I respect it. And we were able to time it and get the clot. We take those. Nice. Yeah, again, this is a spot we get the point sensor. Because in this spot, the point sensor isn't really for us, but the point sensor is for the rest of our team. If our teammates know, and I don't know if these people are going to drop or if they're going to play left, but this information is really, really, really important for the rest of our team. And this is where point sensor is important. This is also a situation where line marker is like really, really good. Like really, really good. Like these kinds of situations is where line marker gets a ton of value. I like that we back out, but you know, now we don't have information and because they're not point censored. And we have enough ink to be able to throw out some of the point sensors. Yo, what's up, Astro? Hello, hello. R.I.P. to the Tetris that rolled off the map. So sad. I love the wall before second checkpoint in Mincemeat. I can stand out of everyone's way and over the wall shoot people without them seeing you. Yeah, I did like that position when they were sitting on the, like this wall. Like they were playing on this wall. They weren't as mobile, but I think it's a very solid position for that. For the exact reasons that you mentioned, Fizzybone. Agreed. Yeah, again, in these spots, our lives get a lot easier when it comes to positioning when we have those point sensors. Because like we know that there's one underneath us, but we don't know exactly where. We don't know if they're positioning over here. We don't know if they're trying to go this way or if they're directly underneath us. And again, this is where point sensor would be beneficial. So every time that we get splatted, we're getting splatted. Like we're being respectful of ledges, but we have to take, like, as a Squiffer, we have to take some risk. And I think we're doing a good job with the risk. And I think if we had better information, we could make more informed decisions about where exactly we need to peek. And it would have saved us at least like 3 deaths in this game during important times when they were trying to push. So. If I do not get my coffee in the morning, that's the one thing about streaming. I need to have coffee before I start streaming, otherwise I look exhausted. Yeah, overall, our Squiffer play was really nice. It's just using all of our tools in order to get a lot of value. Because I think you understood very well that there's a lot of things that can punish us. Like these are our ledge punishers. And we almost never found ourselves playing like this far forward unless, you know, like sometimes we played like on this ledge or this ledge because we know they're like down here and we know that it's safe. But especially against like the 92, like the S blaster, and in certain cases with like Tri-Strike when they have more range, even when we do respect the ledges and we're playing back here to take this fight, or we're playing back here to take this fight, we can still get punished by S blaster if they hit their long range. Like they still have enough range to punish us in this spot. And like, you know, this is about as far back as we can play as a Squiffer in order to like still retain value. So I think we have the right idea. But this goes back to getting value out of our sub, and point sensor helps us a ton. Info to, so it's info for us. I'm just gonna say me as the solo player. So it's information for me to safely play Pledge. So like getting information when they're sitting anywhere along these walls. Like all of this matters, like knowing which exact segment that they're like sitting in. Because in some cases, like we just generally played safe, but even though we're like generally playing safe, we were still open to getting punished because map design or something like that. So we need that info. It's really important because in certain cases, if we have that info, we can actually push closer to the ledge. We can have easier times on tower. You know, we can look past the ledge and under the ledge and like get safe shots. The other thing that's important, info for us. And us being the team in this situation. When taking space, it's also nice to give information when flanked. So during one of their early pushes, they had the tri-slosh get all the way back here. And like we didn't spot it at the time, but like even after they recall with the inkjet, like they recalled and we saw that they landed somewhere back here. And we were sitting here. And this is where just like getting a point sensor along this drop gives us a lot of info. Because this person goes for this drop and we're not even really paying attention. We're fortunate they missed their first shots and then we tap shot them and get the splat. So good stuff on the tap shots. But yeah, we don't want to be like caught off guard by those people. And our awareness helps a lot. Also, when we wipe them and we're moving tower in this type of situation, again, I really like the tower jump over here so we get here faster. But even when the tower was like in this type of position and we got one pick and we saw two of them swimming at us from this way. And when we see these people swimming at us, if we get a point sensor in this area, it helps us because as we start backing up, when we look to reposition, we can visually see like where these people are playing, you know, because they could be in a lot of different places once you've backed up for a few seconds. So that point sensor helps us out in that type of spot. The other thing is that you're almost the farthest forward when you're on tower, but it was still a fine position. But for the rest of your teammates that are playing like over here, if they see that, okay, one of them's down and then we see two of them over here, they're going to be more likely to rotate and actually help you. And so getting information for the rest of your team is like really important. It'll also give you information, but it helps organize the team and know like where resources need to be. No Clash Blaster in my TC game. So true. Surprised there's no blob. Yeah, blob. People like sitting in one spot and throwing bubbles. I'm excited for foam stars, so I resonate with that sentiment. But you know, love when my teammates throw point sensors. Once my friend threw one, it lined up 3 people. I had them like a buffet. People will blob on this map. You can just get a lot of value from just holding high ground. No thoughts, just bubbles. Y'all are so real for this. But yeah, point sensors would help us a ton. Outside of that, there's small nitpicks, but I think the other general thing that I want to see us do better on average is that we want to work to be more mobile. So like proactively move between shots. So like when we're sitting on tower here and like, you know, whether we get the pick or not on someone, I want us to be looking, you know, we can do small movements, we can do bigger movements, either is fine. But like part of the value of playing something like Squiffer is that we're able to like do jump shots and we can charge while playing on different elevations. As we're maneuvering, we have a relatively quick charge. So I just want us to get into the habit, and it's something that takes a long time. Like I've played short range shooters for a long time, but if you look at my movement on Splash, and especially with Zap, my Zap movement is awful. But if you look at like my movement, and I have like thousands of hours and a lot of practice on Splash, and you look at someone like Melon or Kurokuro, you know, or Chocopero if they're playing short range shooter stuff, it's like the movement is just night and day. They just like they blow me out of the water. They completely mop me with as fast and as just well and as mobile as they are. And like it's something that I actively need to work on, but they've gotten to a point where they don't have to think about it. They just know good habits. They know what, you know, what cover they should be playing around, and it's just not a thought for them. So it's going to take some thought in order for us to be more mobile and to implement it into our game. But, you know, make it a consistent behavior, a consistent pattern now. And then over time, it's something that you don't have to think about as much, and your mobility will be a lot better. That's something that helped me. I just have to continue to push myself. And that's the other thing that's sometimes hard with this game. It's like sometimes I'm not like focused enough to do like fully sweat mode. Because like if you're playing the game and you're trying versus like you're playing the game and you're trying and you're like super dialed in, like your movement and your mechanics are like night and day different. Being able to do that consistently is like very tiring. It really is. And sometimes you have to like not play as many games and make sure for the games that you do play. So like if you're playing solo queue, sometimes I'll go on like 6 hour solo queue grinds and it's just like, I probably shouldn't do this. But I've developed enough stamina to be able to do that. My problem is that it takes me some time to get warmed up, basically. Like sometimes it requires like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours plus before I'm like warmed up. But once I'm warmed up, I can actually like I can play the game for really long periods of time, like really, really long periods of time. And it doesn't bother me, but it takes a long time to really start, you know, get into a mentality and mechanically getting into a spot where I'm comfortable like moving around and aiming and doing all the silliness that you have to use the motion controls for. Any for server. Played a match with Squiffer, I went autopilot and I was sniping on human flex. Let's go. Yeah, Charger's tough. Definitely a different playstyle. But I think for the most part, like we played it pretty well. If we had point sensors, our deaths go way down. Our paint probably can get a little bit better in certain spots. But we lower our own deaths by doing that. Like I think we played this game very cautious. And just because we don't have the information, we don't have a lot of if our kit didn't have a point, like if we just didn't have a sub, like this is about as good of stats as you can have. The problem is that, you know, we can get this information and it's important for us to be able to do so. Yo, Flex, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you enjoyed the Nintendo Direct. And hopefully you've chosen a team for the Splatfest. We're team mint chocolate chip here. At least for me and a few others. Can't speak for everyone. Leave me alone. I'm in the schmoove zone. Who cares if I can't aim? Well, when I autopilot, I'm playing full QR weapon, so it's not as bad. Although I autopilot way too much. For sure, for sure. It's It's a tough cycle to get into. And it can be a symptom of different things. Sometimes for me, it's like a symptom of like sometimes like I am really good at consistently like being able to grind out a lot of games and like just play the game for a long time and have stamina to be consistent. But like some days I'm not able to do it, and everyone has their limit. Like after 5-6 hours or so, like I will eventually burn out. But I know for a lot of people, especially because I've been playing competitive games for a long time, so it's just kind of something that I've built over many years. But for others, like, you know, for some people, like 20-minute session, 30-minute session, like that might be where we want to take a break, and that's totally fine. If you want to grind for longer solo queue sessions, that's something that you're gonna have to take time and get better at. And it's something you have to slowly build. So like, you know, you play 30 minutes one day, and then you play like, you know, 25 minutes the next day, and you start getting like kind of fatigued and tired. So you tell yourself, okay, let's push it for like, you know, 2 more games or 3 more games. And like you slowly build up the stamina over time. But autopilot, the concept as a whole, like anyone can fall into it at any given point. So, you know, it's definitely something you have to catch yourself with. But if you do notice yourself autopiloting often and you play the game a lot, it's probably actually like a stamina issue. It could just be like a, you know, a focus type of issue if you don't play the game a lot but still find yourself autopiloting. In certain cases, it can also just be like a lack of game planning. Like if you don't know what you should be doing, a lot of times you can kind of just find yourself autopiloting and just doing something. But yeah, if you notice yourself autopiloting, it's a very general concept that can happen for a lot of different reasons. But sometimes people don't think of stamina as being the issue because like, oh, I'm still playing the game, I'm still trying to win. But, you know, your mechanics are going to be way different in scenarios where you might be burnt out for the specific day. All right, let me type this in. Real quick. Space. Do they have an exclamation point in their name? No. It's SpLace in game, but their Discord name Space. So they use SpLace. Let's use SpLace. Like Splatoon-ace. Alright, anyways. They're playing the mini spot lane. The vMini, I guess. vMini, either way. And this is A-. Nice. Cool. Oh yeah, this is also open. I messed that on the previous one. Alright. So yeah, they're just looking for general help on how they're able to, you know, help their team more and help be able to push the scores that they have a little bit more. Thank you for the hydrate. Chad mini play, real. All right, that was a good match. Real. Yeah, the Squiffer play was really nice. They had some nice, some hype plays. I think autopiloting comes from not thinking about good matchups. That's fair. When I autopilot, I try and fight this same person annoying me over and over. Even if it's a 52 1v1 with like 3% chance of winning. Yeah, it's definitely a habit that you, at least for me, I have to like be very mindful of to try to like move past it. But once you develop certain knowledge, so this is why like training and consistency and constantly practicing is like so important, is because over time things move from like like most people start and there's knowledge that like they don't know that they don't know. And that's usually a lack of knowledge altogether. About like the game and stuff. Like newer players, they're not going to know concepts that they don't fully understand. All the emphasis I put on paint, I'll continue to do in like, you know, for newer players that are trying to be competitive, because it's just a concept they're not aware of. And then over time, they will like they'll they'll consciously like, so they'll know that they don't know something. It's like, oh, painting's important, but I know that my painting is lacking. And, you know, painting is a very broad subject, but we'll just use it for this example and we'll run with it. So like they know that they need to paint more, but they're not really sure how exactly to do it. And it's not like it's something they have to actively think about. If they don't think about it, then they'll autopilot and they'll have those bad habits. But then over time, you'll know that you know it. And like as you work on painting, as you watch other people paint, and you get more comfortable with the concept and you're constantly practicing it and doing it, then it's like, oh, you know, as long as I think about having to paint, I can do a good job at painting. But then there's that like next level that requires a lot of practice and a lot of consistency to go to a point where you don't think about it, but you do know. So like, I don't have to think about painting anymore because I know. And there's certain concepts that we all have. Like I use paint as an example, but there's like tens of thousands of different things to think about in Splatoon. You know, whether it be like your range, whether it be matchups, whether it be, you know, timing windows, painting for specials, usage of specials. Like there's a lot of things that people are on like different levels with for just their overall knowledge of the game. But until you get to that point where you're unconsciously like knowledgeable of those things and like, oh, I can just do this without having to think about it. Anytime you're not fully focused, like autopilot starts kicking in and it really can affect your gameplay. But again, that's why the consistency is so important. Mini is okay-ish in my opinion. Good, but not the best. Yeah, I think it's solid. I really love Burst Bomb for its kit. I think Hammer's a little troll, but it's not bad. Need to make a paint or dye custom button. Real. Paint is so important. But yeah, I'll be right back. Give me like a little bit. I was thinking to get a little bit of a snack. Need some breakfast, but I'll be right back. I just have a protein bar. It's like honey and peanut butter flavored or something. It's pretty good. All right. So we have quite a lot to talk about. Yo, JCat, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I'm at the time you out for that one. Careful about the language, please. All right. Anyways, so quiche, yo, quiche. That's kind of sick. I've had quiche like one time. It sounds a lot fancier than it is, but it tastes delicious. Yeah, it's so good. All right. Anyways. So yeah, lot to go over with this weapon and everything combination. So as mini, there's kind of two parts to mini. As a splatling, it can get a lot of paint out. It charges up pretty fast. It's a, it's a high mobility, high paint weapon. Against a lot of shorter range weapons, it also has good range and can take pretty good fights. So it's gonna depend on the matchups, but like as the mini, we're gonna have really good matchups against the brush. We're gonna have really good matchups against the junior. 52 is probably gonna be pretty annoying for us because of the wall, but we can back up and like kind of play a safe range. Same thing with VDS. They have more mobility than us, but I probably feel a little bit more confident in the matchup just because we can output more damage faster. But I consider both of these a little bit of like skill matchups, but we can err on the side of being cautious and just kind of stay alive. And if we look at the concept of, not the composition of the rest of our team, everyone else on our team is very aggressive. So we find ourselves against a 52, if a 52 is trying to push us, or like VDS is trying to like take a fight with us, we can just give up that space and just keep painting. Again, burst bombs are really important for chip. For our Tetras, it's like super important. But also for these weapons, it's good just to help out with that overall damage. But our team, we have quite a bit of paint, I think. Yeah, we definitely win the paint battle. Yo, welcome in, Peter. We are chilling, we are chilling. Update my replay, let's go. Let's go. We can probably get to it next, I think. Because yeah, that was, you submitted yours a while back. But thank you for that, appreciate that. So yeah, in terms of the overall composition, we're gonna be like we're basically gonna anchor for our team. We're probably gonna be responsible for giving our Tetras a lot of jump-ins. And just make sure that our team doesn't wipe. So when it comes to positioning, like we can go for aggressive positioning, but like at the beginning of the match, we'll probably play around like mid and just hold like good central paint. Focus on keeping areas clear. And when our teammates are ready to start pushing in, we can be a little bit more aggressive. We can start pushing up toward mid. We can potentially hold these stacks, but we don't want to play too wide in a lot of spots. One nice thing, if we are retreating, we can actually like kind of retreat back to these areas. Like if we can retreat back here, it's nice. But sometimes, sometimes if we're getting pushed, we're like forced to retreat this way. And if we keep backing up into this corner, we can win the range matchup against a lot of weapons while we're chilling. But again, if it's a 52 pushing you and they like drop a wall, so if they come up here and drop a wall, like you're just kind of done. So even though we win the range matchup against some other weapons, it's still a good habit for us to jump out if we're getting like super pressured. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, let our teammates take the fight, try to support them with paint as much as you can, and when they're actively taking fights, maybe we can weave in burst bombs to be able to get chip on the enemy and help with that. When we look at Hammerhead at the very high level, on clams, or realistic, like the only ways that we can push clams, like this is the main way to push in. The only other situation is like we can use this block to squid roll, or we can jump across. That gives us another way in. But, you know, as a mini, we probably want to leverage this ramp a lot more because we just want to keep being, like, we want to be able to paint as we're moving forward. We don't want to have to, like, jump off ledges because it, like, reduces our paint output and it leaves us vulnerable. So, like, when we're pushing, we're probably going to leverage this ramp. It's not to say we can't ever use this other route, but we just, like, our goal here is that we want to play very solid. Do you know where we are in terms of stream time? Yeah, we're almost 3 hours in. We'll probably be streaming for a couple more hours. Probably like an hour, hour and a half, I would guess. Hopefully 2 more reviews after this, but at least 1 more. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, a lot of clams spawn in mid. This is a very stretched out version of like Mahi clams. Where like you're pushing out off this ramp. So a lot of utility gets used in this area. There is a quirky side flank that you can potentially go for. And yeah, I would let, for this match, I would probably, like, if y'all score, in certain cases, you may have to go back for clams. It really just depends. Solo queue in Clam Blitz, after you get your score, it really just depends on, like, we have to be able to quickly react and adapt to how our teammates are playing. Because there's a world where all of these teammates are just, like, moving forward and just pushing forward, and it's like, okay, if they're going to take fights, I need to be the responsible one and get clams. However, I would probably prefer something like the Gold Arrow Spray to be getting clams instead, because they can paint and be fast. And while they're getting clams, you can sit back in like this type of position, you can sit in this type of position. This is a lot more vulnerable and I wouldn't recommend it, but sometimes you get pushed around into different spots. But you know, you want to sit, have in like either of these spots, have these wide angles to play off of, or over here, it'd be like over here and over here. And if you ever need to back out, you can very easily like drop off the ledge or just go back down the ramp. But again, like playing solid and focusing on paint for our team, do chip when we can. That's kind of the name of the game here. We also have the hammer that kind of can provide us an X factor in certain spots. So if we need to force and for whatever reason, we do have hammer as a way to be able to do that. I don't love using it like that. We probably are going to use our hammer as a projectile in most cases, just so we can adhere to our solid gameplay. But it's okay to do that as well. Also, welcome in, Slender. Hello, hello. Yes, in the Discord, feel free at any point to submit a review. And we will definitely get to it. Like I said, we'll definitely get to it this week. But if we need to... yeah, it might take a couple of days, but anyone can submit a replay. And there's a template in the template area that you can use and make that easier. So yeah, we're probably going to build specials, although again, our special isn't the most important thing. But we're probably going to want to do a lot of painting before we start taking a bunch of fights. Okay. Nice perk. I feel like this is definitely going to be another paint review. Yeah, hammer here I don't mind as much. Because we're not trying to hammer into the entire team. We get a couple of picks. Like, we get a couple of picks and we're just trying to move forward with the rest of our team. Like, it probably would have been better to heal up a little bit. But, you know, there's only one person left after this and you're just kind of leading the way so the rest of your team knows to move in. We're vibing. Yeah, welcome in Spanish Armada. Hello, hello. Another paint review. Okay, couple things going on here. Overall, I would say this opening's pretty solid, but as you continue to look to improve, I'm gonna say that dreaded 5-letter word, paint. So as we're moving forward, you know, we can get paint in a lot of different areas. Like, we don't have to prioritize this as much. I'm totally fine at the beginning. You just trying to get to mid as fast as possible. I don't know why we're slowing down here. We might be a little bit AFK. And it could potentially be stick controls. Actually, I haven't been paying attention. But when we're in this type of area, fighting for paint in mid is good. And also just generally getting paint like in this area, getting paint on the stacks. Like, painting your sides isn't bad either. But we just want to hold like solid paint. And we start moving forward to take fights. And because none of this area is painted, I mean, I wouldn't move up in a lot of spots here. But because we don't have this paint established, like, we leave ourselves wide open. And this person that's painting over here, if they committed to this flank, we're probably a little bit, we could potentially turn around quick enough to fight them, but we're in a very scary situation. So again, instead of pushing up in this spot, I'd rather us position here, just position in this spot, get the height advantage, paint on top of this, paint over top of it and behind, like the area behind it, and also get paint in mid. And whatever side you're sitting on, you can just like focus on like this right hit paint as well. But we just want to keep the paint up and let our teammates be the ones that initially engage. We support them with paint and we support them with our burst bombs. Is generally the flow. There's opportunities for you to move forward, but yeah, it's really important. Here's the good news on my review. You had 1500 B on Tetris. See, I might tell you to paint less. It doesn't happen often, but when I watch back my reviews, I have to tell myself to paint less. Or paint more in certain spots, but paint way less in a lot of others. So it's we'll see how it goes. But I don't like us getting into the habit potentially of like dropping onto people and taking fights. Like, our positioning was fine, but I'd rather you back up than move forward. Like, we have to be careful about the bomb, so I like moving forward here makes sense. But, you know, we can stand on top of this thing. Spotlings really like uninkable areas. And like we can move up and down this. We can also do it over here as well. But we can adjust our positioning. So like, you know, if there's like a Tetra, or not Tetra. Is that VDS? Yeah. So like if VDS is like pushing at us, then we can like back up a little bit. But I'd rather us hold this high ground than like drop against them. It's just a very scary potential situation for us. Because even if we get this pick, if they have other people following up, we're stuck in this pit area. Which, as I mentioned before, we can still back up and give ourselves more space, but this is not the most comfortable spot for us to be in. But after your team starts getting some picks, you know, I'm chill with the hammer. We can be pretty liberal with our hammer usage, as long as when we use our hammer, we're not compromising our life. And because we had such a huge numbers advantage here, we're not compromising our life by hammering forward. But that's why we probably will use it as a projectile in most situations. Again, the thing after the score here, so after we score, we're getting way too focused on like the basket. Again, 1 or 2 clams to keep this open as we reposition to where we want to go is totally fine. But like we see this bomb and we're just focused on like how many of these claims can I get in? This is not the right idea. We really want to focus on staying alive in this kind of situation. Because that's how we get bigger pushes. So instead of trying to score here, I want us again to get either into this position or get into this type of position. There isn't a lot of paint, so I'd probably just back up and default playing on top of the ramp. And then as your teammates get control, you can rotate over to the side if you'd like. But this is always like the safer option, generally. Like let your teammates go in and get a bunch of scores. Let something like a Tetra score while rolling and everything. But when you're playing Clan Blitz, as you get better, there's like a little bit of a flow where you'll throw in, like if you wipe the enemy team, sure, you can like dump all of your clans into the basket. But especially if you have like a player advantage, but basically whenever things are like relatively even or like there's like a plus or minus 1 player advantage, but you're still going to be able to fight for space. Like it's good to keep the basket open, but we don't need to like score points. There's a very delicate balance in Clan Blitz where like we have more time than this clock makes us think we do. And like we shouldn't use your clams to keep this down and try to lower this like these points. If you're playing backline and you're kind of chilling for your team, instead of focusing on putting this down, we want to focus on getting this up and keep this up. I don't care what our score is. You know, I want us to sit. So my overall goal, we sit here, we paint in front so our teammates can score. We paint this ramp and contest anyone that tries to push us. And we try to just overall keep good paint. But don't worry about this score. I understand we have 7 clams and it's like, oh man, if we get 7 clams, that's like really good. Which in a vacuum, it's not bad. But it just depends on how we get them. And as long as we're keeping an eye on this basket timer and we just casually throw in 1 or 2 at a time. Because if we're holding this position, so if we're sitting back here, sometimes we might have to back up all the way if they spam bombs at us. But if we're sitting on the top of the ramp, it takes like, we just have to move like a tiny bit forward, throw a clam, and we immediately get back into this type of position. Or maybe we move forward, we throw 2 clams into the basket, and then we immediately move back. But anything after probably, like in certain cases, anything more than 1 is greedy, and in certain cases, going for 1 is greedy. But we want to establish the position and we want to establish the control. I'd much rather your team not score any more clams and y'all just have an 80 push if you can hold positions and be ready for another push immediately after, compared to you all going down to like 50 but your entire team wiping. That's not great. The extra points feel good, but keeping control of mid is like the name of the game. Keeping control of their plat area, if you can do that, is the name of the game. So sacrifice. Don't worry about this unless it's like overtime. Keep this up and keep the overall paint on the map up and in our favor. This is how we win Clan Blitz consistently. But too many times people try to go in for like crazy jump ins and like, oh, we got 3 power claims in, so we're chilling. But then we wipe and then we let the other team play more clean. And over time, those 60 points like dwindle because we can't hold mid. Because we're just always looking for these funny plays. And don't get me wrong, those funny like power claim jump-ins, they still work for a really long time. Like you can beat a lot of teams doing that. However, it's not something that people do often. And like in the Splat World Championships, which was like a tournament recently, like even like top Japanese teams, they would play 96 Deco and they would jump in a power clam, but you wouldn't see them jump in a power clam with the Kraken and then wipe after. Like they'd throw it in, maybe 1 or 2 of them would die. But like the Kraken gives a jump and then they're going to make sure they stay alive. Or if their teammates are able to jump in and stay alive, then they can move forward and help with the pick. But they go for those jumps and they're not sacrificing the overall turf control for the rest of the map. Sometimes it's okay to hold 3 power clams and just make them panic while you hold mid instead of running and try to score them. I mean, 3 is probably overkill in a lot of spots. Just because the information you provide when you have the power clams is a little tough. But yes, if you do have 3 power clams, you probably can get rid of one of them and just throw it on the ground. And if there's an opportunity to pick it up, then it just goes away and it's okay. But yeah, never feel like you have to rush it. Just because you have clams in your hands doesn't mean like you should panic that, oh, I need to translate this into increasing, the amount that we score. Because you increase the amount that you score overall and you decrease the amount that the enemy team scores if you're able to hold control. And we just gave up all map control to try to min-max the points that we get. And the funny thing is, if you actually play it properly, getting in your 7 clams over the course of 15 seconds, like on average, you're probably going to get more clams in the basket by throwing 1 or 2 at a time, just every few seconds, compared to trying to dump all of them at once. Because if someone sees you just spamming them into the basket and you're not trying to move between, then they don't have to worry about potentially getting splatted and they'll just run at you and get the free pick. Yeah, sometimes 3 can definitely happen. Yeah, that's a mahi clam moment for real. Yeah, there are definitely opportunities where it can just definitely just kind of happen, but no. I mean, your overall sentiment and the point you're trying to make is 100% true. There's no need to rush. Speaking of no need to rush, we are not playing our mini. So far, we have not played at optimal ranges. And I think we see this thing and we just start autopiloting. I think we see this, and we see this, and we just immediately start autopiloting. If your team loses mid and y'all get wiped and they have these clams, we want to avoid the autopilot and look to position and play the best for our team. Even if we lose lead, which we have a nice lead, but even if we lost the lead, like there's still plenty of time for us to get it back. We need to play for control. And you have 3 feeder weapons on your team. Let them go for this play. I want you to like sit up here, over here. Ideally, or wait, sorry. Oh no, it's the right basket. Wait, right? Where's the basket? Am I? Yeah, it's the basket. Why was that so hard to see? Yeah, you can play like under this basket and like play with this height advantage until you have this pin established or your teammate gets like a pick or something. But we can't go in and feed with the rest of the team. This is how we get KO'd. And we focus too hard on stopping them from initially scoring instead of focusing on full control of the map. Because if they score in a clam and they get to 80, or they score a clam and a few more, even if they get down to like 50, 60, whatever, like, we still have lead. We're fine. Like, they're going to have 50 or 60 with a penalty, and they still need a decent push to be able to take lead. But we have to worry about the overall map control in this kind of scenario. Otherwise, something like this happens. If I'm the enemy team, I'm crying. They took our claim, but they didn't give us the points. Also, yeah, it doesn't matter as much in this situation, but like we don't need to pick up this clam. Ideally, I don't think we want to be holding on to it if we don't have to. If we want to drop down here, we should sit up here and get this area painted before we start moving forward. Otherwise, we're going to lack mobility when they start pressuring us. When I watch you play Mini so far, I feel that you're very uncomfortable painting with the weapon, which it's tough. It's a skill that you have to build, but it's something that we're definitely going to need to work on. I love the paint behind them. So this little paint that you get here to cut them off from being able to move back while your teammates are ready to defend is like really, really good. So I love this, but I would probably hold our positioning. I feel like we're just too quick to try to take like close range fights. But situationally in this match, I need to double check our range compared to these, but we basically outrange or match the range of everyone else. So we want to hold as long of distance between us and the enemy as possible. There was no reason for us to need to force that fight. The paint that we get behind them, like, puts them in a very awkward spot anyways. Okay. So in this spot, when it comes to painting, there's a concept called painting over ledges that is underutilized at a lot of ranks. So I like our positioning here. And all we do is paint this. With our range as mini, we can paint over the ledge and around the block that they're going to jump on, which gives us good information. If we path like under the basket, basically, we can start getting paint on this ramp, or we can potentially move up as long as we're playing undercover and we know it's safe. We might be able to sit up here. We have to be careful getting splatted underneath the grate. But it's really important for us to clear out, like, we need to paint this area, basically. The best we can do in this spot as a mini is for us to paint. We don't want to move in and try to take fights. We're too comfortable like running into the enemy team's range to try to take fights. Because even if we don't die to the splat bomb here, this person is in range to take this fight. There could be someone swimming up this ramp. Obviously with the info we have, we see that they can't. But there's so many other things for us to get punished by because we're trying to move so far forward here. We don't need these picks, we just have to paint this ramp. And in order to paint this ramp and in order to paint this area, we can give up a lot of space. We're not really giving up the space. We can't really contest the space because it's a bad spot. That's why we get spotted here. But let's paint, let's get our paint job done in as optimal of a position as possible. And we'll go to this map with Mini, and I'll kind of walk through what types of positions I would like to see you do when you get put in these spots. Because I think this all stems from the fact that you're uncomfortable in these positions, and these positions are uncomfortable. The enemy team has a lot of points, the basket's opened, you know, your team's slowly losing ground, your team is losing a lead. This is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. I don't blame you for it. What is happening? That wasn't the replay, right? That was just... Huh? Nintendo, what is happening? Your game is breaking. Your game is not functioning correctly. All right. This is kind of a desperate play that you're going. Oh, this is a very desperate play you're going for. I don't hate it though. I don't think in this spot it needs to be this desperate. Instead of you focusing paint over here, if we're faster to get paint in this area, then we don't have to go for this play. Like, I think this is the incorrect, with this much time left, I think this is the incorrect time for us to go for this play. But if we need to, if we had to go for a desperate play, I think this play is fine. But we're not going to get as punished at our current rank by using hammer like this. But we can avoid the situation by using burst bombs, using our main weapon paint. We need to cover this area. And because we don't do that, we kind of use this hammer as a crutch. And this person that was over here, they could have just turned around and potentially splatted you instead. And then you go down, you feed, the enemy team takes lead, and you're crying. This is a $60 game. For real. Like, we do get our 2 picks. And again, if we were in a desperate mode, this is not that bad of a desperate mode play, but we're not in desperation mode. The slightest bit of inconvenience causes us to go into desperation mode. And we need to fix that type of mentality. Also, when our hammer's finishing, we don't want it to finish here. Like, let's back up and be like, it's like with Kraken. Like, when Kraken's about to end, we don't want to be like in the middle of the enemy, because they'll punish us. I'd rather for us to be back and just throw it somewhere. But, you know, you get the double, so there's a lot more leeway in your actions. But because we were stuck with not a lot of paint, we get caught and get stuck. So again, your team has lead. Yeah, we need to stop picking up this ball. We don't need to do this. Like, we do have a lead, so like, if overtime happened and we needed to make a ball, they would have to score first to take lead, which would give us another ball for free. But I still don't like us getting into this type of habit, because we don't need to pick this up and we can still use this ball potentially later. So just, yeah, I think we're opting without thinking about it of just, oh, I'm going to go and I'm going to pick up the ball because I can have a ball and we can look to score. But the position, like the information advantage that we give them because we have ball is bad. And the fact that we don't have a ball that's just always there, regardless of if we get spotted or anything. There's a lot of value for a lot of different reasons for that pity clam that sits there after the enemy team scores. And we're a little bit too liberal picking it up in this game. Yeah, we need to get paint. How are we painting? We have no pressure. How do we get... Oh, there's one on the left. But how do we get paint? Yeah, we're trying to... Like, we keep painting the direction that we're trying to go instead of painting a base layer of paint on the map. Which is causing us to have a lot of these issues. Having more footballs in the enemy team does give you passive special charge. That is true. There was a time where we picked it up a little bit earlier where I had considered that, but like we're also passively charging for a hammer that we can probably paint for pretty quick and isn't the highest value. But yes, in the overall metagame, like building a clam even before you need it, there's certain spots, especially if I'm playing like a more anchor splash, you can actually get a lot of value. Oh, it's passive charge for the whole team? Oh, I didn't even know that. I thought it was just for the ball carrier. I'm gonna be honest, I do not pay attention for clams. That's good to know. But yeah, sometimes having the ball advantage is good, and giving up that information for special charge is good. And I guess it's extra good now that it goes to the entire team. Squid Sisters have another Splatfest song coming out in the next one. Let's go. Hopefully they give a lot of love to Marina and Pearl once they get their side order stuff. Yeah, and we're not painting, like we're trying to go for this pick instead of painting for this area. And this is the pressing issue here. Yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing that up. That's a really, like, it's a really, really good point. Because yeah, I didn't even know that was for the whole team. I just assumed it was for the person with the ball. But I guess in a point where it's like 2-1 with balls, like who would it give it to? So never mind. Imagine if the hammer broke open the basket, that'd be sick. Alright, it's gonna be hard for me to convince you that this hammer is bad. And you're playing with the Booyah Bomb, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But one habit that will positively be reinforced consistently, especially in lower ranks. Low is a subjective term, but you know, depending on like where you're at. If you're not at the highest level, like even our team that we play a lot of video game, we still give hammer more value than it should have. But in these spots, oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, if you can use the Discord, I try to keep order of it through the Discord, because I try to like, because all of these reviews get recorded and then I'll do a condensed version of them, which I'm a little bit lower behind on. But yeah. Yo, welcome in, Brick. Afro Thunder Roll, welcome in. I need your coaching expertise. My wife found out about my girlfriend. How would you handle this situation? I don't do dating advice here, but I'm gonna assume that this girlfriend wasn't consensual between you and your wife, which means you might have made a mistake, which means you might need to lawyer up. Be careful, my friend. Obviously I know, hopefully it's a joke, but yeah, don't do that. Be nice to people. Yeah, true. That might be more appropriate for for Gem and Squid Skull. I love that's a common callback in Gem's videos and stuff. Yeah, in this kind of situation, I'm okay with this hammer initially. Like moving in a little bit is fine, but we can't just like keep running at this person. We leave ourselves exposed to all of these areas over here. And we should get splatted as we continue to push at this point. What we can do, and if you ever watch Kyo, who's like a top Western player, 7-time champion, I think when you watch them play the vanilla wiper that has a hammer as well, a lot of times they'll move up, and like moving up to here with hammer is fine, but moving past here is bad. What they'll do is like they'll move up and then they'll like pull back with the hammer, like they'll hold ZL and they'll go back into paint with the hammer and like chill for a second, get some more info. Can we throw the hammer at someone? Is it okay for us to start advancing? You know, but this threat of you sitting here with hammer gives your team a lot of space because these people can't push. If you commit to this play and then they just splat you, then it's bad. But if you just sit here with your hammer active, like no one's pushing you. So, I keep dropping my control. I need like a controller holder, or I could just use the table. Either way. But yeah, but there's gonna be so many opportunities for you to just go for this type of play and just run at people, and it's gonna work a lot of times. But we want to not have it. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Our end goal is not to, like, we don't want to be results oriented. We don't want to just go for these silly hammer plays because they keep working. It's a bad habit to develop. And this game positively reinforces bad behaviors because hammer can be hard to punish until you get to a certain level of skill. So definitely be careful. Like having it out is fine, but sometimes like you know, you can hold ZL, sit in ink with your hammer out, and like chill. Give yourself time to make a good decision. Don't feel like you just have to run at them. This is not a panic situation, and the space that you provide by just having your hammer active on the left side on the ramp like helps your team tremendously. Like, we take lead, and you know, this person's making a bad mistake as well. Although as a Tetra, this is still a bad play. It's a little bit more okay, both because they probably have like a QR build, and also like they can stay alive and maybe keep the basket open a little bit longer, and they can actually stall a decent amount by swimming in this spot. So this could actually work out, even though this isn't a good play. They only got one in. Like, you see, we got, okay, 2 power clams and a couple of smaller clams after. Oh man, that was so good. But, you know, we do get lead, which is nice, but we're still like, if it was 2 evenly skilled teams in this scenario, I think the blue team has a significant advantage over you all currently. Like, our number is technically lower than their number, so like, oh, we're winning. But the enemy team has full control. All they have to do is like score the pity clam or the power clam, and your team loses. So y'all might be able to win this game. But again, y'all still might lose this game. Okay, y'all did lose this game. Unfortunate. But even if you won this game here, this is like the problem of getting a score and just completely wiping. Love to punish hammers with flings. True. I'd be scared of the shockwave damage. This stuff's busted. Anything that can kind of one-shot it, or just, you know, any sort of shooter that can shoot behind it. You know, you don't want to put yourself into a scenario with a lot of threats. Thank you for the replay, much appreciated. All right, so there's a lot of good stuff to go over. I of course want to talk about paint, but there's also some other things that we really want to keep in mind with a lot of this. Substrafe around the hammer, you can smack them easily with Flingsa. Gotcha. I miss Flingsa. It's been a minute since I played that weapon. That was my first main in this game. I played Flingsa for so long. I love that weapon. I didn't really play it for that long, but I did play it a lot. Expand a lot of games. Alright, anyways. We asked, how do we support our pushes? How do we support our team? We support with, and say it with me, class. Wait, wrong channel. Paint. We need to paint. We have to, our part of the value of Mini as a weapon is that it just gets a lot of paint out, and it gets a lot of paint out from safe ranges, and it gets paint out in a lot of good distances. Like, we have the range, and we have like a lot of paint output. First main was 52. 52 is sick. We love 52. So if we're defending our basket and the enemy team is like pushing up this ramp and stuff, your default is to try to run at them and take a fight. Oh, I need to take a fight and splat them. But we don't want to move into a close range to try to fight them. We can sit in like this type of position, and we're going to do this in let's see that sense ever. I'm a fan of 52. I don't know what they're going to give a deco kit. I'm not sure what I'd want for that weapon. When we're in the spot, we can get paint here. More importantly, we get paint in this area, and we can start getting paint on this ramp. And that's what we want to focus on. One second. Let me make sure I can let them in. Alright, my bad. We're back. Sorry, we had a delivery. The dog's getting a little hyped up. He's a little too hyped. Anyways, we're gonna look at the areas where we're able to paint. Like, our goal is to sit high ground and get a lot of paint. At the beginning, when we're fighting, instead of sitting here and just like painting in front of us, we want to paint around us. Instead of dropping and taking this fight, that honestly isn't good for us, but we just outplay them, we can paint this entire pit area instead. And then this person has nowhere to go. You're going to have to play slightly different roles, and this balance is going to change depending on your comp, your weapons, your builds. Like, there's a lot of variables that can fine-tune this balance. But when we have 3 people that, I mean, Aerospray realistically wants to paint as well, but you have at least 2 people that are like looking to push in. So just give them paint, give them room to maneuver, and stop the enemy team from being able to just kind of go wherever. So I think the biggest advice for you specifically, paint or focus, paint around, not just painting in front. And I feel like from your perspective, you feel a sense of safety by just painting in front of you because you're able to move forward. And if you have to move backwards, you can move backwards. The problem with this logic is like what was happening in mid, which I don't think we got punished for this game, but we almost got punished in many cases. Like, if we just paint in front of us and we're looking to move this way, even if we have the ability to move forwards and move backwards in mid, like even if we have, let's say, I'll be generous and I'll say, oh, we have all of this painted. So this is our color. We can move forward. We can move backwards. We have the ability to move all around this area. The problem with this is that if we don't paint around us, they have very easy flanks. They can drop out from over here. They can drop from over here. They can drop from here. They can just be sitting right here. They can be sitting here. They can be sharking over this area. Like, there's a lot of spaces where we're still very, very vulnerable. And if we get too safe and we feel like we can just start moving around wherever because we have paint in front of us, we're going to run into issues. So instead of just painting in front of you, like, it's good to get paint in front of you, don't get me wrong, but we want to just get more general paint everywhere. And again, we'll go over this in Recon mode. I'm not good at painting with Mini, but so you can watch me struggle, but I can at least show you ranges and show you like where you should be sitting and where you should be painting. I think that's just like a commonality throughout all of this. With range advantage, don't take close fights, close ranged fights. We make this game way harder for us if we fight against these weapons in super short range. We don't want to fight these things in short range. If we're playing against like a Explo or something and we have an opportunity to push into them, which realistically that probably wouldn't, against that weapon matchup, that probably wouldn't end up with us holding forward and pushing them. But if you play against something that outranges you and you have an ability to get underneath them, like Mini does a good enough job getting pretty fast splats. And it can cover distance relatively okay, but all that's relative. And in this match specifically, that basically never applies. We just want to hold our range and just hold paint. Stay alive, give our teammates jump-ins, get paint out. We don't have to get picks to feel valuable. And I think it's hard for a lot of people to visualize like and like truly understand all of the value that you get outside of just getting picks. It's something when I played, especially like when I first started playing MOBAs and stuff, like I was super bloodthirsty as well. And I'm always like, I need to get a pick. Like, you know, if we get numbers, then, you know, we can start doing other objective and stuff. But there's ways that you can get that value without having to get the pick. Like picking feels like it simplifies the situation, but people are willing to compromise their fights. And instead of being in a position that they should win 60% of the time, that, you know, as long as you play solid, you're at a clear advantage, which is what you should be looking for. Even if it's like a difficult spot for you to play, you should always try to put yourself in like these good spots. And like as a mini, you're going to find yourself in a lot of positions where you're not able to get picks, but you can still outvalue the other person on the other side by just staying alive, painting, getting ready, you know, understanding like what your teammates are trying to do, where they're trying to push, have burst bombs ready for them. Like I don't think we use like a single burst bomb. Maybe we use like one. But yeah, we're willing to take short range fights and it be like a 30% chance of winning, just so that we can have this close range fight, and then like, oh, one person wins, and then we either move forward or we respawn in and we do it again. And like people are more comfortable with that because there's not a lot of game planning with all of that. It's just like, oh, we just take a fight. If we win or lose, we try it again. And it feels like we're just flipping a coin on who's winning the fight. And it's like, oh, the better player will win the fight. But we have to be a little bit more logical about, you know, all the different variables in this game. And one of the important ones that we're disregarding in this match, very clearly in a lot of spots, is our range with our weapon and what it means to outrange the rest of the enemy team. It's a really big advantage to have. And a lot of times in this meta, you're going to play against comps that are using like shorter range stuff than you. So we want to be able to take advantage of that. And you'll feel the difference when you play against backline and other midline that can outrange you. Because if someone outranges you and you try to take fights and they play it properly, it feels miserable. Because they just keep backing up until there's an opportunity for them to plainly take the fight, and then you just kind of lose. And it's not until you get punished a ton that you really like feel that, if that makes sense. Good E-leaders drive me crazy. Yeah, for sure. As a short range shooter, like Squeezers did that a lot. You don't see them as much in this game, but Squeezers in Splatoon 2, holy, also frustrating. That's a concept you want to keep in mind, because we're always just taking close range fights, and there'll be a time and place for you to take those close range fights as a mini, but it's not in this match because we clearly outrange almost all of them. Last thing is don't feed for points. The reason why the enemy team is able to have a strong push in the middle and have a strong push at the end is because we go for a push and we don't care how many points we get in. We're just gonna wipe and just empty our pockets, basically. Deposit all of our clams, and if we die, you know, it's not even like if we die, it's like we know we're gonna die. We just need to get in as many clams as possible. And that's the wrong way to look at this. It's the same thing in tower control. You shouldn't sacrifice your everything just to get tower a little bit farther forward, because that space is worth more in 99% of cases. You know, same thing with Rainmaker. Pushing the Rainmaker an extra few points, but having your whole team wipe for it is really bad. Clam Blitz, same way. And, you know, even with zones as well, like just capturing the zone and fully wiping for it, there's more opportunities for you to do it in zones, but it's still generally a bad practice unless you're already in a bad spot. So we need to really focus on holding control. You don't win Clam Blitz by scoring clams into the basket. That's not how you win Clam Blitz. You win Clam Blitz by holding control of important parts of the map and doing a better job than the enemy team at doing that. So you win mid with paint, and then you push up their ramp and you start pushing onto their plot with paint. And then once you have control of their plot, then you can start getting paint over here and you can have some nice pushes. But it's a common theme, even though we're not playing turf war, holding map control and having overall turf control over your opponent is very important. That's a universal concept throughout this entire game. Even if the end score doesn't demonstrate that value, all of this happens because we're either not painting or we're giving up paint, or we're wiping, which gives the enemy team the ability to take full reign of mid and just be able to paint it out regardless of how well we painted it before. Like, we give up so much trying to get those like few extra points. And again, time and place, there's small circumstances where it's really important to get a certain amount of points. Or maybe it feels more comfortable to be able to take lead. And if one person wants to feed potentially to take lead and we feel more comfortable, sometimes those risks to help us mentally will help. But just getting into the habit of us, oh, this also includes with like the ball, the pity. Don't just generally don't. I'm just gonna put it here because we're about to finish, but don't just pick up pity clam. And by pity clam, I mean the one that spawns underneath your basket after the enemy team scores. We don't need to, like, there's times where it's okay to pick it up, but we don't want to just get into the habit of, oh, it's here, I'm going to go scoop it up, and then we can start pushing forward. And if we win this play, then we can score after. It's not a good habit to get into. There's times where I think you can pick it up, but not here. Especially not when, like, if we need to, like, so like if we wipe or whatever, if the enemy team has a lead, so if enemy has lead and they have like control of mid and everything and we have to fight for map control, we definitely, like, that's like the worst case to ever pick it up. Because there's a good chance that like we could go down, there's a good chance that we need time to build. And whoever's holding the pity claim in that spot is basically just a massive liability. But we're gonna go through painting and kind of talk through it. Because I just want to see a little bit more comfort from you. When we get a little bit more comfortable with our weapon, I think we're gonna feel like we have to force a little bit less, which is gonna put us into good spots. I think mechanics-wise, you're probably okay. We're just putting ourselves into like really bad spots. But the few times where you're able to have like somewhat fair fights with our mechanics, we usually do a pretty good job with that. I also like us going for aggressive hammer plays. Like, we want to refine it just slightly, but we can definitely go for these aggressive hammer plays in a lot of situations. But real quick, let me get the heavy going. Or sorry, mini. It's been so long since I've used this thing. Oh yeah, I can quickly look at our results from the anarchy. Did we hit gold? No! We were so close. Yeah. We had to have been within like 20-30 points of probably even less. I hate in this game that they just show, like, they always just put this in the center, I think. Because in previous games, they would, like, if you were really close to getting to gold, it would, like, be up here, basically. But they just kind of just, like, slap it in the middle now, which I don't. So let me quickly get into Recon mode. And again, this is something that I really recommend for basically anyone. To get comfortable with whatever weapon that they play. Dog is too hyped up. Holy. Alright. She almost got caught in my cable and we almost made a mess. But we... Is he throwing the ball like that? Oh, it was a dog. Alright. So like we're probably not going to be playing this far back. If we're playing Rainmaker, we will play this far back. So it's not... Again, if you're trying to learn how to paint on any given map, it's good to know all the circumstances for all the different modes. You don't have like... So like, let's say you're trying to get comfortable painting on like with your weapon on Hammerhead, for example. You don't have to be like, oh, I need to be comfortable painting on Clamblitz and Tower and Zones. Like you just kind of get comfortable with the map. And realistically, the more comfortable you are with the weapon, the easier it is for you to figure out where you need to sit. And there's a lot of general practices that will help out. But you know, if you're playing Rainmaker or TC, it's good to know like, oh, I can hit the top of the ramp. I can hit over this ledge without a problem from the very back of our spawn. Same thing if we're sitting here. This is a spot in Clams that you could potentially see yourself sitting. Like it's not great, but like you can hit over this. You should be able to hit over this ledge. Okay. It's a little bit weird with this the ball itself. But you know, you can hit this ramp from up here. Can you jump up here? I feel like I've never in any match of Splatoon, I don't think I've ever seen someone sit up here. I didn't even know this was like a thing you could jump on. I don't think you can jump on that. We'll try for it. Like this isn't like a great spot, but I've just never seen, like I've literally never seen someone. But realistically, like you're going to be playing here. So instead, so in one of the pushes you panicked and you just pushed here and you try to take this fight. Part of this is bad because you're forced to have a short range fight here. You're forced to short range fight here. You have to check this side and this side. There's a lot of issues with this play. Short range fight behind this area. Also, your teammates are also pushing through this area. So your short range people that would want to potentially look to take fights and break out from this area, you're just attracting more attention to them and they're attracting more attention to you. Catch me Stringer fighting on that box. Oh no. If I see a clip of you on that box, I blame myself. But when you're in this spot, so before you even get to the ledge and before you think about dropping, this is where I want you to get paint underneath the ledge. You may, with splatling, sometimes because of the extra range, sometimes you have to like shoot higher into the air in order to confidently hit it. Like if I'm trying to paint under this ledge, I can't really directly paint it. So sometimes as a splatling, and this is again goes back to being comfortable with your range. Like sometimes you'll paint like this, and you know this area is painted over. But you know you can fight for if they're sitting on snipe. You can hit all of the paintable area. If you want to fight them on the grate, you probably have to like get up into this type of spot, or maybe you're out of their range completely if they're all the way back there. And that's good information to have. But you know, you can paint this area, you can paint over here. Like this is a lot of paint that you're able to do without dropping. You can paint this area without having to drop on the map, like this little spot right here. And so as we continue to move forward, and like I was saying before, we want to paint the ramp. And so instead of trying to paint the ramp, you like took this type of close range fight instead, and you were looking for the pick. Instead of going for that type of play, what you'd want to do with the mini is like, and again, I'm not comfortable with the ranges because I don't play this weapon, but like you can paint that whole area very safely from this area here, and you can start painting out into mid. And it's good to just start getting this very general paint. You know, with the comp that you had, you're going to want to play more central. So I'd probably sit here. As we mentioned before, instead of dropping and taking this fight here, as we're moving down, we can start painting this area. We can paint behind. Oops. And like, okay, this isn't perfect paint, but it literally took me like 1.5 to 2 seconds. And we have full mobility of this area, and we avoid anyone from sharking in this type of spot. Technically they can sit right here, yeah, I know, but you know, we can avoid them just completely pushing us, so that if they want to take this type of position and jump at us, they have to paint over our paint first. And we can also catch people behind these ledges, which is also a really important concept that surely I'll finish the editing on that video. Surely. But it's really good. And like, you know, I got the paint that I got here. But again, we can get a little bit higher, and look, we can get all of this. All the spots that I missed, we can very quickly get by just taking a slightly different position. So instead of painting this where we're a little bit more restricted, technically, yes, we can hit over this and everything. But we can also sit in this type of position. We can move forwards and backwards. Your build probably has more run speed than I'm currently wearing, which is basically none. And you can move and start painting this area. You can start painting toward mid very safely. And if you sit in this type of spot, you can paint behind mid as well. Maybe. Maybe you have to move a little bit farther forward with this weapon. Maybe you have to sit like in this type of spot to more comfortably hit it, and you play around this pillar. So if you want to paint around mid, if you think someone's sharking in mid, instead of just running at them and like trying to take this type of fight, which like that's like bad, this is better. You know, using your range to take the fight at like your max range. But even better than both of those, especially if you're playing this anchor role in your team, like A, you can get a burst bomb. So you can get a burst bomb behind, and if you hear any sort of hit marker sound, then it's like, oh, there's someone over there. But if you're just generally painting, and you're already just trying to get paint down, just, you know, paint this area. Just get a little bit of paint over there, and we can check if people are painting over it or not. Move over here, we get paint over on this ledge, and like we're chilling. Again, this is like, when you're painting, I wish you could clear. They really, like, one of the most anticipated changes I'd love to have in this game is so that I could just like clean up this map right now. It would make my life so much easier if I could just clean up the map right now like you can in training mode. Maybe one day. But, you know, as we're moving forward, we can paint over here. We can paint, you know, up on this top ledge. We can get some paint over here. We can start painting this area so our teammates are able to push up. As we're pushing up this ramp, we can get paint over these ledges. We can get paint up here. And like, look just how much more mobility your teammates have versus us just focusing paint here. Okay, we moved up. Okay, we're going to paint here because we want to move into this position. Like, part of it is a predictability issue, but part of it's just general mobility issue. And instead of just pushing up, I'd rather you go for like this kind of just paint. Obviously, like jumping and sitting under a ledge like this is dangerous in its own respect, but you can safely paint from back here, and you can get on this type of ledge here, get paint up here. Now we're chilling. You know, we have control, so we got the score in. And we get a couple of, you know, we break the basket or someone else breaks the basket. Maybe we move up, throw 2 clams in, and then we immediately move back. We get paint on this ramp. We get paint under this ledge. They're pushing in. We're moving back. We can throw bombs at people if we need to. But just keep this paint. If we see them dropping out right side, then, you know. Oh, we can reposition back here. And now we can get paint over in this area and deal with them there. Or we can fight for paint. Like, we can fight for this area where your teammates are going to want to move and score. We support them and we support the push by getting this paint and threaten people on this ledge and threaten people potentially if they're trying to push this ramp and you outrange them. You can threaten these areas, but we want to get that paint down first in order to make our lives a little bit easier. So that's kind of the biggest thing. And every weapon is going to feel a little bit different. You know, even when you're up here, if you know that you're going to need to drop down later, it's good to get this paint ahead of time. So that if you have to drop, you're able to drop, and then you can safely reposition and get back to where you need to be. But just being very comfortable with generally painting the map is really like a good habit to get in. This is probably the last review I'm going to be able to do. I gotta dip out here. In a few, I gotta get some stuff done before we hopefully play an SOS, although I signed us up late. I need to fix that. But anyways, so yeah, instead of going over all the different spots, I just quickly want to show, like, I'm gonna paint little parts of the map, and I just quickly want to show the timing and like how fast it takes to truly paint like certain areas of the map. Also, like, painting while moving is also another thing you'll have to get better at as mini. I don't know the best way to do it. But you know, let's say we're coming out of spawn and we need to protect our basket. I will say in this mode that painting behind this thing is really awkward. So unfortunately, sometimes it's easier to just maneuver this way and just start over here. That way you can get better paint. But like if we needed to paint our area, in most cases, we probably don't need to paint all the way in that corner. We probably just need to focus like centrally this area, the snipe, and like over by that pillow, the lime green pillow. So if we're getting this coverage, like that's all you need to do. That's like a good start. And then once you get the general coverage, you can look to move forward. I didn't even know this spot was here. This isn't a bad spot either. And then, okay, we wipe them. Instead of just painting in front of here. Never found a good way to retake spawning. Yeah, it does feel very awkward. This is where, like, you know, I'm giving general feedback, which is like what I'm saying is objectively correct, but it's certainly not optimal. In order to be optimal, that's where, like, you know, someone like Spanish Armada, that's like a Splatling main, and watching other Splatling mains, that's where you can figure out exactly how to do it. The way I'm doing it isn't the most efficient, and I know that, but the idea is undoubtedly what we need to be aiming for. But yeah, that feels very awkward. But let's say we're breaking in the mid. Instead of just painting ourselves a little bit of a path there, instead, just get this general paint. It's like 2 little charges, and we give ourselves like a broad amount of mid paint. It's okay that there's holes and stuff. You can swim past it. It doesn't really matter. It kind of matters, but in most cases, it's fine. I'd rather have some paint in a lot of areas than have really good paint in like a small area. And a lot of times we put really good paint like directly in front of us, but it's more important to get general paint in different areas. Like, let's say we're in this spot and like, oh, we see someone over there. So realistically, if someone was pushing, like if they dropped over here, I'd probably first throw this bomb and then get this paint. Again, I'm very inefficient, but it's like 1.5 and like most of this is covered. We prevent them from being able to get underneath us. Obviously they can repaint it, but we get paint around these ledges. So they have to like paint over themselves, or they're sitting on this wall and they don't have paint to retreat toward. It makes our life so much easier. You know, oh, we have mid control. That's all we need to get our teammates to start pushing. That's all we need. Our teammates are like, if I'm scoring the basket, I don't care that there's these little splotches. Or if I need to take space as a brush or a tetra or something, you know, I can swim through and I can get in. We'll figure it out. We can be more efficient with our painting as we get over there, but the idea of getting paint in the right spots is like the most important concept here. Sit on top of this box, get general paint. That little flick that we did allowed people, like, people can now maneuver anywhere from over here. They can sit here, they can push up here, they can get all the way over here, and like at this point they can paint for themselves. But you allow your teammates to be a lot faster by just getting that quick amount of paint on and understanding like how we're able to do that. You know, oh, your teammates can push out of this area with that little bit of paint. Again, this isn't the best way of getting it, but like they can move forward this way, they can take this type of ramp. But understanding how to get that good broad paint in like a fraction of a second. Just get the broad paint, and then, you know, as we drop from this area, then we can look to paint a little bit farther forward, and then we can look to paint a little bit better in the areas that we need to be in. But just take it little bits at a time, but we want to be like fast and concise with how we paint. That's how we get value. That's how we help our teammates and support our teammates. It doesn't have to be perfect. You'll get better at it over time. You'll get more comfortable with ranges over time, but this is a very important concept, especially early on, that you want to try to develop. It doesn't show up often in stats. Like painting versus like painting in good areas. Like your overall paint number shows up, but you know, oh, you painted like 90% of your paint was relevant versus like, which 90% would be a lot. But you know, like 70% of your paint was in really important areas versus like you know, only 20% of your paint was centralized in important areas. Like the timing of the paint is everything. And like, you know, on the end screen, like that overall paint number does matter, but it doesn't tell you the whole story. It's the same thing with like KAs and stuff. Like they can be a nice indicator about things, but we don't take them as like gospel. We don't take them as like, oh yeah, no, that we messed up this game. Because I would say in this game, your Tetra should not be painting the most, especially for a full game. Like 1000 paint is like generally unacceptable. Again, we're new, we're learning, you know, I'm not trying to be hypercritical of you as a player, but when you're looking at these types of numbers after, like 1000 paint for a mini is like really low. We probably could be closer to like, at least between like 1500 to like 2K, depending on how we're playing. I think we play very anchor role this game and we probably get closer to 2K, but you know, there's not a perfect number where you need to hit this amount. But we should have significantly, I mean, I would say the same thing to this Aerospray as well, but that's neither here nor there. And we want to work on being able to do that. But even if we paint, so like let's say this was 2000, I would be happy with this paint number, but while watching the replay back, if you're not painting timely and in the right areas for the rest of your team to be able to maneuver or to check certain areas for enemies, if you're not painting in those areas, I would still have a problem with this number. So this number has to be used contextually, but I can tell contextually, even without watching the game, that this is too low. And this is probably too high, given the context of everyone else on our team. But again, overall, like, I think you have the right ideas. I think we're too focused on like forcing. And in certain spots, you try to force moving forward, or we force trying to take a fight because we want to take control of our ramp, because I know it's important for us to take control of our ramp. So instead of like for your role, the responsible thing to do is just to keep the paint up. If they are fighting for paint with you and they still try to push up, that's where you can do damage with burst bombs. If you want to get damage because you're like, just throwing damage at them sometimes can back them up. But throwing burst bombs just to throw burst bombs at them waste a lot of your ink tank, and it's not usually worth it. But if you see like your paintbrush running at them, or you see your Tetra running at them, and you're out of range to be able to do damage, getting that initial burst bomb and doing anywhere between 25 and 60 damage is really important. And I didn't mention a lot of burst bomb specific stuff, which I think we can get more value out of our burst bomb. But I first want to start with paint, because if I start with burst bombs first, then it might affect your overall paint. But we just need to do a better job of overall painting, and then we'll work on everything else as we continue to go. Earn a coin every time Reborn says paint. It's so important though. What do we call painting in foam stars? Do we call it foaming? Sudsing the map? I don't know. What term are we doing? Us foam star gamers. How do we consider ourselves? Anyways, yeah, we'll probably call it here. So we're gonna chill. I'm going to read. There's some good stuff going on now. There's an EU tournament going on. Paddling pool. Oh, launcher just ended. Let's go read paddling pool. This is like a. They have like way more viewers than I. But either way, this is like a weekly, every Wednesday during this time is the paddling pool tournament. So if you aren't familiar with high level tournament, Dapple Production is a great place to check. And yeah, a lot of high level competition. IPL is another channel. I think it's IPL Productions, but they'll be streaming SOS later tonight, and hopefully we'll be competing in that. I signed us up a little bit late, so we might not be able to make it. But anyways, enjoy yourself, drink water, all those fun things. We'll continue the grind. Lulu, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. But I'll talk to you all soon, and until next time.